The House will come to order. Without objection, we will revert to introduction of House files. The following House files offered for introduction today.
Introduction of first reading of House File 45.
First reading, House File 45. Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. Madam Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate file, herewith transmitted. Senate file number 31. The message is signed Cal R. Ludeman, Secretary of the Senate. First reading of Senate files.
First reading of Senate files.
First reading Senate file number 31, an act relating to state government. Pursuant to Article 4, Section 19 of the Constitution of the State of Minnesota, Winkler moves that the rule therein be suspended and an urgency be declared that the rules of the House be so far suspended so that Senate file number 31 be given its second and third readings and be placed upon its final passage.
Representative Winkler, to your motion.
Madam Speaker, members, this is the bill for unemployment insurance extension and relief for Minnesota small businesses. I ask for a yes vote.
Discussion to the Winkler motion. Representative New.
Members, I would recommend a yes vote.
Seeing no discussion, a roll call is mandatory. The clerk will take the roll on the Winkler motion.
Acom.
Acom, aye.
Acom, aye. Albright.
Albright, aye.
Albright, aye. Anderson. Anderson. Backer.
Backer, aye.
Backer, aye. Bonner.
Bonner, aye.
Bonner, aye. Barr.
Barr, no.
Barr, no. Baker. Baker, aye. Becker, Finn.
Becker, Finn, aye.
Becker, Finn, aye. Bennett.
Bennett, aye.
Bennett, aye. Bernardi.
Bernardi, aye.
Bernardi, aye. Bierman. Bierman. Bow.
Bow, aye.
Bow, aye. Brand.
Brand votes yes.
Brand, aye. Cantrell.
Cantrell, aye.
Cantrell, aye. Carlson, A.
Carlson, A, aye.
Carlson, A, aye. Carlson, L.
Carlson, L, aye.
Carlson, L, aye. Christensen.
Christensen, aye.
Christensen, aye. Claflin. Claflin. Considine.
Considine, aye.
Considine, aye. Daniels.
Daniels, aye.
Daniels, aye. Daudt. Daudt. Davids.
Aye.
Davids, aye. Davney.
Daphne, aye.
Davney, aye. Dean. Dean. Damath. Damath, aye. Detmer.
Detmer, aye.
Detmer, aye. Drazkowski. Drazkowski, no. Eklund. Eklund. Edelson.
Edelson, yes.
Edelson, aye. Elkins.
Elkins, aye.
Elkins, aye. Erickson.
Erickson, aye.
Erickson, aye. Fabian.
Fabian, aye.
Fabian, aye. Fisher.
Fisher, aye.
Fisher, aye. Franzen.
Franson, no.
Franzen, no. Freiberg.
Freiberg, aye.
Freiberg, aye. Garofalo.
Garofalo, aye.
Garofalo, aye. Gomez.
Gomez, aye.
Gomez, aye. Green.
Green, no.
Green, no. Grossel.
Grossel, no.
Grossel, no. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, aye.
Gruenhagen, aye. Gunther.
Gunther, aye.
Gunther, aye. Haley. Haley, aye. Halverson. Halverson, aye. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Hanson.
Hanson, aye.
Hanson, aye. Hassan.
Hassan, aye.
Hassan, aye. Hausman.
Hausman, aye.
Hausman, aye. Heinrich.
Heinrich, no.
Heinrich, no. Heinzman.
Heisman, aye.
Heinzman.
Heisman, aye.
Heinzman, aye. Her.
Her, aye.
Her, aye. Hertas. Hertas. Hornstein.
Hornstein, aye.
Hornstein, aye. Howard. Howard.
Howard, aye.
Howard, aye. Hewitt.
Hewitt, aye.
Hewitt, aye. Johnson.
Johnson, aye.
Johnson, aye. Jordan.
Jordan, I.
Jordan, aye. Jurgens.
Jurgens, aye.
Jurgens, aye. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cleavorn.
Cleaborn, I.
Cleavorn, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, I.
Cagle, aye. Katiza Watun.
Katiza Watun, I.
Katiza Watun, aye. Kosnick.
Cosmic, aye.
Kosnick, aye. Kreshaw.
Aye.
Kreshaw, aye. Kunish Podine. Kunish Podine.
Kunish Podine, I.
Kunish Podine, aye. Lehman.
Lehman, aye.
Lehman, aye. Lee.
Lee, aye.
Lee, aye. Lesh. Excused. Liebling.
Liebling, Rochester, aye.
Liebling, aye. Lean.
Lean, aye.
Lean, aye. Lilly. Lilly. Lippert.
Lippert, aye.
Lippert, aye. Lislegard.
Listlegard, aye.
Lislegard, aye. Long. Long, aye. Lucero.
Lucero, no.
Lucero, no. Lewick.
Lewick, aye.
Lewick, aye. Mahoney.
Mahoney, aye.
Mahoney, aye. Mann. Excused. Mariani. Mariani. Markwart.
Markwart, aye.
Markwart, aye. Mason.
Mason, I.
Mason, aye. McDonald. McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Mecklin. Mecklin. Miller. Miller, no. Moeller.
Moeller, I.
Moeller, aye. Moran.
Moran, aye.
Moran, aye. Morrison.
Morrison, I.
Morrison, aye. Munson.
Munson, no.
Munson, no. Murphy.
Murphy, I.
Murphy, aye. Nash.
Nash, aye.
Nash, aye. Nelson, M.
Nelson, M, aye.
Nelson, M, aye. Nelson, N.
Nelson, N, aye.
Nelson, N, aye. New. New, aye. Noor.
Nor, aye.
Noor, aye. Nornis.
Nornis, aye.
Nornis, aye. Novotny.
Novotny, aye.
Novotny, aye. O'Driscoll.
O'Driscoll, aye.
O'Driscoll, aye. Olson.
Olson, I.
Olson, aye. O'Neill.
O'Neill, I.
O'Neill, aye. Pulowski.
Pulowski, aye.
Pulowski, aye. Purcell.
Purcell, aye.
Purcell, aye. Petersburg.
Petersburg, aye.
Petersburg, aye. Pearson.
Pearson, aye.
Pearson, aye. Pinto.
Pinto, aye.
Pinto, aye. Poppy.
Poppy, aye.
Poppy, aye. Poston.
Poston, aye.
Poston, aye. Pryor.
Pryor, aye.
Pryor, aye. Quam.
Quam, aye.
Quam, aye. Richardson.
Richardson, aye.
Richardson.
Richardson, aye.
Richardson, aye. Robbins. Robbins, aye. Runbeck. Runbeck. Sandell.
Sandell, aye.
Sandell, aye. Sandsted.
Samstead, aye.
Sandsted, aye. Sauk.
Sauk, aye.
Sauk, aye. Schumacher.
Schumacher, aye.
Schumacher, aye. Schultz.
Schultz, aye.
Schultz, aye. Scott. Scott. Stevenson.
Stevenson, aye.
Stevenson, aye. Sundin. Sundin. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Tabke.
Tedke, aye.
Tabke, aye. Tice. Tice. Torkelson.
Torkelson, aye.
Torkelson, aye. Erdahl.
Erdahl, aye.
Erdahl, aye. Vang.
Bang, aye.
Vang, aye. Vogel.
Vogel, aye.
Vogel, aye. Wagenius.
Wagenius, aye.
Wagenius, aye. Wozlowick.
Wozlowick, aye.
Wozlowick, aye. West.
West, aye.
West, aye. Winkler. Winkler, aye. Wolgamott.
Wolgamott, aye.
Wolgamott, aye. Zhang Jie.
J, aye.
Zhang Jie, aye. Zhang Ti. Zhang Ti.
Zhang Ti, aye.
Zhang Ti, aye. Joachim.
Joachim, aye.
Joachim, aye. Speaker Hartman. Speaker Hartman, aye. Anderson.
Anderson, aye.
Anderson, aye. Bierman. Bierman. Bierman, aye. Claflin.
Claflin, aye.
Claflin, aye. Daudt. Daudt. Dean.
Dean, aye.
Dean, aye. Eklund.
Eklund, aye.
Eklund, aye. Hertos.
Hertos, aye.
Hertos, aye. Lilly.
Lily, aye.
Lilly, aye. Mariani.
Mariani, aye.
Mariani, aye. Mecklen.
Mecklen, no.
Mecklen, no. Runbeck. Runbeck.
I can frick you.
Scott.
Scott, aye.
Scott, aye. Sundin. Sundin.
Sundin, aye.
Sundin, aye. Tice. Tice, aye. You got Runbeck? Runbeck. Runbeck, aye. Daudt.
Go ahead, Kurt.
Daudt,
Vote, Kurt. Did we get it? One more time.
Daudt.
Daudt votes aye.
Daudt, aye.
Liebling was called and said she was in Rochester and said yes. Clerk will close the roll. The motion prevails. The clerk will give Senate File 31 its second reading.
Second reading, Senate File number 31.
Second reading. Discussion to the bill. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Drazkowski moves to amend Senate File number 31 as follows. The amendment is coded RA 20-015.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, members, the bill as presented gets rid of or forgives the food license expenses for next year. And it does touch a little bit in one area of alcohol licenses for retail establishments as well. This would exempt or forgive similarly the alcohol license expenses for all bars and other places that serve alcohol as well. So it's a glaring omission from the bill, and I think it makes the bill better, and certainly our bars and restaurants, if the purpose of this bill is to help them, we need to take the pressure of government off of them because that is what's killing them currently. So, Madam Speaker and members, I encourage adoption of the amendment to exempt or to, I think the correct word is to forgive the license fee for alcohol establishments over the next calendar year.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, members, this is as good a time as any to make clear that any amendment that we adopt to this bill at this time will have the effect of killing the bill. The Senate has passed it. They have adjourned sine die. There is no mechanism for the House to amend the bill in any useful or effective fashion. If we amend it and pass it, the bill dies. I would ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, members, this is a glaring omission from the bill. And I don't know about the management of the House and the management of the Senate and what lack of articulation there is in this bill that, members, I think we just received within the last few hours here. I am still reading it and understanding it. We need to do the right job here for the people of Minnesota, and this bill is falling drastically short. I'd encourage your support of the amendment. Madam Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call.
Representative Drazkowski requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? I do not see 15 hands. Representative New.
Madam Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Will you please clarify which amendment we are on?
Representative New, I have in front of me the RA 20-015, which does not appear to relate to the topic Representative Drazkowski has raised. Representative New.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Drazkowski.
Madam Speaker, actually, this is Representative Barr's amendment. I submitted it on his behalf. He's not here, and it was more convenient for me. I assumed this was my amendment, so I spoke to the wrong amendment, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if Representative Barr could introduce his amendment.
Representative Barr, to your amendment. I'm not sure if we have Representative Barr, Representative Drazkowski.
In lieu of Representative Barr, Madam Speaker, if it meets your approval here, I could introduce Representative Barr's amendment. This amendment, members, is an amendment that really does what we need to do to truly help the businesses of the state of Minnesota. Now, this bill, as much as it tries to take money from the taxpayer wallet here in St. Paul and reimburse the damages that government, specifically Governor Walz, has done to the businesses and the hardworking entrepreneurs and workers throughout the state of Minnesota. And there is not enough money, Madam Speaker, in state government to adequately and properly reimburse the damages that this governor has done to the state of Minnesota. There's just not enough money here. We could spend the entire projected surplus for this biennium, 600 and some million, or whatever that number is, but it's not enough. The right answer, members, is to remove the boot of Governor Walz from the necks of our restaurants and bars throughout the state, our dance studios, and all of our gyms, and all of our other businesses that are struggling to get air and survive his crushing blows. So, Madam Speaker, what this does, it's a delete all amendment. It will delete the entire bill and replace it with a reopening of the government, saying that when Governor Walz's current peacetime emergency expires, it will be done. That's the amendment, Madam Speaker. Members, encourage your adoption.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Barr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry for the delay. What the amendment, the amendment doesn't actually end the governor's peacetime emergency. It does rework 1231 so that both bodies of the legislature have to positively reaffirm the governor's extension into of any peacetime emergency. We should not be subject to one person's decisions on how the entire state needs to be run. That's what the legislative process is. And as Representative Drazkowski mentioned earlier, what we have is government taking money out of the right pocket of business owners and individuals, skimming a little off the top for administrative purposes, and sticking it back in the right pocket and hoping that we can limp along our business owners to someday in the future, whenever the governor decides he doesn't need the rule anymore, and we actually can have a co-equal branches of government, a representative body, a people's representative in the decision-making process. I don't think there just isn't enough money. We can't steal enough out of the right pocket, put it in the left, or vice versa, and keep taking pieces out of this and limping it along. We're not like Washington. We don't get to keep printing more money to limp us along and paste over all of our shortfalls in tax receipts. MMB has told us repeatedly we're going to be short on tax receipts next year. We're going to have to be cutting. And the best way to solve all of those problems is to open up Minnesota, let business owners put people back to work, so we not only have business tax revenue, but individual tax revenue. People will be earning a living again. They'll be able to pay not only their bills, but those that rent will be able to pay their rent, so landlords can be made whole again. Everything that we are trying to address in this bill can be addressed much easier, much quicker, much more efficiently if we open Minnesota for business. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further discussion. The member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Yes, Madam Speaker, would Representative Drazkowski yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Drazkowski, in your introduction of Representative Barr's amendment, you did mention that it would, I think if I recall, open up Minnesota, and it would force the governor to open up Minnesota, something like that. My question is for you, though, is that the governor did say that on December 18th, businesses would open again. They had to pause for 30 days. Bars, restaurants, gyms, dance studios, etc., would be opened up on the 18th. So if the governor, of course, is good with his word, and businesses will be able to be opened up on the 18th, like he said it would be, would your amendment still be needed?
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative McDonald. And I will read for Representative McDonald and others here the operative language in the bill. The additional language says, a peacetime emergency declared under this subdivision expires 30 days after the governor's declaration unless extended by the legislature as provided in paragraph B. So, Representative McDonald, what this would do is provide that after the 30 days expires, so I believe that is today, the governor's peacetime emergency would be over unless the legislature extends it again. So that's what the language says. And Representative McDonald, indeed, the governor has led the people of Minnesota along now for 277 days under the guise and color of an emergency. There is no longer an emergency. We understand this disease. The vaccine is flying out from Washington, D.C. President Trump sent the airplanes yesterday. There's one that landed here in Minnesota already. It's time to take the governor's boot off the throat of Minnesota businesses and Minnesota citizens. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative McDonald.
Madam Speaker, well, Representative Drazkowski, if your amendment does that, indeed end the emergency powers of the governor and give the ability to our businesses, our friends, our families in our communities who are suffering so much. And yes, we certainly recognize and understand that there have been lost ones that have passed away and left this earth, hopefully, and most likely going to heaven to be with their loved ones. But there also is many, many folks suffering here intently in our communities, our schools, our civic groups, our Lions clubs, our churches, our businesses. This pandemic has hurt us to the core, and the response that our governor has did and has responded accordingly to our state has, I think, even done even more reprehensible damage. Suicides are up, depression, drug abuse, mental abuse. We simply cannot afford to keep going in this direction. So if that's indeed what your amendment does, Representative Drazkowski, I would support it.
Discussion.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the members and to this amendment. This amendment will kill, as Representative Winkler has said, will kill the opportunity for us to help 4,000 bars and restaurants and gyms, wineries, brew pubs, any number of places. Will kill off, I wouldn't say that. I will say it will harm convention centers in Rochester, Mankato, Bemidji, Duluth, the Twin Cities, and it will take money from each and every county in the state to help the small businesses that they know best. And not only that, but on December 26th, 125,000 workers in the state of Minnesota who are now on unemployment will lose that benefit in the middle of winter. The middle of winter, if this amendment goes on, those 125,000 working people in Minnesota will be without any cash in their pocket. And though we as politicians have been called cold-hearted and many other words, none of us want to kill this kind of package that will not only help businesses, but will help keep money in the pockets of workers who will have none the day after Christmas. Members, I hope and highly recommend a no vote to this amendment.
Discussion to the amendment. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no.
No.
The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Drazkowski moves to amend Senate File Number 31. The first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A20-0849.
Representative Drazkowski, to your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually introduced this amendment improperly earlier, not getting the numbers correct, but I do have it in front of me. And this is indeed the amendment that would add to the bill language that would equally forgive the alcohol tax that's placed on our alcohol serving establishments throughout Minnesota, relieve them of that tax, just like our food service hospitality businesses throughout the state are going to be relieved of their food tax. This would do equally the same to those businesses. It's a glaring omission from the bill, and if we're truly going to take the pressure off of these businesses, we really need to do this, and I encourage your support and ask for a roll call, Madam Speaker.
Representative Drazkowski requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? There are not 15 hands. Discussion to the amendment. Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, Representative Drazkowski, as we said before, amending this bill kills it. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Drazkowski.
Madam Speaker, I don't think there's 15 members in the chamber. I think we need to phone a friend and poll the entire 134 members of the House and work to get a roll call vote on this amendment.
Members, if you would like to raise your hand for a vote on the Drazkowski amendment, please send an email from your official House email account to hands@house.mn with the word hands in the subject line. We'll wait 60 seconds to determine whether we have the votes. Nice try getting counted twice. There are not 15 hands. Discussion to the amendment. Seeing no further discussion to the amendment, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no.
No.
The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend Senate File Number 31, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 7SS-S0031A2.
Member from Carver, Representative Nash, to your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I'm just going to call this the A2 amendment since that's the last part of it. You know, in the conversation that we've had thus far and in the negotiations to get this bill to where it is, there has been a long and consistent request from a number of people around the state. These are hardworking businesses. These are hardworking business owners. These are people who many of us frequent as we go about our social lives under normal circumstances. And these are people who we often say that we support. But lately, I feel that we've been offering that same support in a very thin and quavering voice. And those are people who make craft beverages or sell beverages. So brewers, distillers, restaurants and cocktail rooms. And Madam Speaker, the A2 would allow for a temporary easing of restrictions to allow brewers, for one example, to sell the beer that they have in their tanks and in kegs. Because right now, several brewers around the state are wondering what's next, which way is up, and who's here to offer them some help. Now, many of them may get some help from this bill that is being debated right now. But I've been driving around the state and been on Zoom calls, and I've met with people. You might have seen it on the news. We were at Fulton Brewing the other day, bipartisan effort to talk about the fact that we need to allow them some easing of the restrictions in order to sell what they've got. A large group of those brewers has been sending me numbers of what they may have to dump down the drain. And members, it's north of $9 million worth of beer, just beer alone, may get dumped by brewers from around the state. Now, as it relates to the micro distillers, you know, we passed a cocktail room bill a number of years ago, but now we can't allow them to be open. That's where a good number of micro distilleries make some of their money. And what this would allow them to do would be to sell bottles 1.5 liters volumetrically out the door, whether it's in full-size bottles, small bottles, temporarily until up to 45 days after the emergency is lifted. And it would allow them to do so and just to cash flow. You know, we talked long about what could we do for limited off sale for restaurants and bars closed by the executive order. We would allow them to virtually double what they're currently able to do just to begin giving them the ability to cash flow and make some money. Many of these folks are still paying their staff, even though they may not have the register receipts to make that even just a pass-through. They're dipping into their own savings to keep these people employed and moving along. So members, this is an opportunity that I feel that needs to be addressed. I appreciate what happened over in the other body. There was a full-throated discussion. There was a vote on it, and I think that that was a great thing. Because so many of you, because I have spoken with you, I know so many of you want to do the right thing. But here is where the confluence of union overlords and corporate overlords and organizational overlords overshadow the ability to do the right thing. That people say, nope, can't do that. That would end everything as we know it, and it would be awful. Members, these folks told me in a couple of different Zoom calls that they'll take a check whenever it gets there in whatever paltry amount it may arrive in. But what they really want to do is to sell the stuff that they make. Because that's how they grew their businesses. That's how they will continue to support their businesses. They're not necessarily looking for a handout. That's the last thing that they want. They recognize that Governor Walz made this decision and it is now impeding their business plan very much. But what they're asking us to do is to do the right thing, allow them to have a temporary change to law to just sell their stuff. So members, I encourage you to reflect upon what you know to be the right thing and then to do it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Discussion. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no.
Aye.
No.
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 The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File Number 31.
Third reading, discussion to the bill. The author of the bill, the member from Ramsey, Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. It's kind of an odd deal because we typically try to read about the bill before we start getting too deep into discussions. But I will explain the bill now. We have a bill with four components that I, Representative Mahmoud Noor, and myself worked exceedingly hard on. This is the final bill of my career as a legislator. I'm incredibly proud of the work that has been done on this bill. And I really need to thank the members of the House of Representatives who have worked collaboratively to get this bill to where it is. Representative Noor, Representative Stevenson, Representative Olson, Representative Baker, Representative Haley, Representative Garofalo, and Representative New. We've worked together, we've had our differences, and we've worked them out. It's called a compromise. It's what we're supposed to do, what our folks send us here to do. The relief we have provided to the businesses and workers and added to the hundreds of millions of dollars that were provided to the counties, to all counties across the state from the CARES Act money last April, May, or a lifetime ago, it seems. The $62 million we added in June. We are adding $216 million and $800,000 to this particular, with this bill. And it's not just a bill for businesses. We have added in a 13-week extension for people, as I said earlier on one of the amendments, that are running out of unemployment at Christmas, the day after Christmas. 125,000 people that live in this state, that have worked in this state, have made homes in this state, will run out of unemployment. 13 weeks doesn't get them to the sun is shining in June, which is where we originally started. But it does give them certainty till winter's over. It does give them a sense of hope. This bill truly proves that we are one Minnesota. We are helping greater Minnesota. We are helping urban Minnesota. And when I say urban, I mean everything from Duluth and St. Cloud to Rochester and Worthington. I will explain all four parts of the bill. And there's a part that Representative Olson has worked on, and there's a part that Representative Dabney has worked on, and I will call on them to explain their parts of the bill. This is called the Business Relief Package. I think in the bill you can find first page or second, the businesses that are outlined in the bars, restaurants, gyms, breweries, family wineries, distilleries, bowling centers, a variety of businesses. They have to have experienced a 30% decline in overall sales year to year from last year to this year. And we are using the second and third quarters as our guide. They must have done at least $10,000 in sales in 2019. They must be affected by the Executive Order 2099, must have a physical presence in the state, must be in good standing with the Department of Revenue, and they must have experienced a 30% loss. There are 5 tiers. They're listed in the bill, but I will quickly go over them. Businesses not in the UI system, those would be a family-run business, a mom and a dad and their 2 kids. They would receive $10,000, 0 to 20 employees, a $15,000 check. 21 to 100 is $25,000. 100 to 300 employees would be $35,000, and over 300 would be $45,000. Now, I want to make it clear, because you will get calls. What if a business person or group owns 5 or 6 or 10 restaurants, franchises or not, or individual restaurants? They would get 1 check, depending on the number of employees. There's an administrative cost from the Department of Revenue. It's about $250,000 on an $88 million package. The first bucket comes to a total of very approximate, because we don't know. Some people will take it and some people won't. $88 million. There's a convention center and movie theaters. Both those particular type of businesses are anchors in communities. There are a number of businesses, and I want to thank John Purcell for bringing forth his committee, his convention center from Bemidji, because we didn't recognize that one. The convention centers have a budget of $5 million. I want to make sure I'm going to get this right. With a capacity, you have to have a capacity over 1,500. The maximum grant is $500,000. It must be used specifically to cover direct operations or upkeep of the facilities. Any unused funds in this bucket have to be sent back to the general fund, as with the previous bucket. And DEED has an administrative fee of $100,000. Now, I want to be very clear. I said a maximum of $500,000. Does not mean that each and every convention center will get $500,000. We only put $5 million in there. And once you put money out there, I'm sure there'll be a convention center like John's that we did not, Representative Purcell's that we did not know about. Then there's the movie theaters. And Representative Baker and I worked on this a bit. Movie theaters across the state are anchors, either for shopping centers or for downtowns. And in recognition, there's 146 theaters with 822 screens. We put $9 million into this particular assistance. And I want you to listen relatively closely, because this gets a little complicated. It was brought up that some of these small towns have 2 screens in their 1 theater. versus the megaplex at, shopping center ABC or whatever. So what we devised is the first two screens get $15,000. And every screen after that gets a $10,000 grant. And this is a grant program run through D, up to a maximum of $150,000. Understand, many of these theaters have been closed all but 3 months of the year. So they are significantly at risk of closure. I'm going to call this the local economically significant businesses. This is a county program, and this has $114.8 million in it. And for everyone to hear this, because you will get calls, how come I didn't get any money from the county? The responsibility for making those choices are with the county, because they are the closest to their businesses in their area, and they have the ability to administrate this. There's a number of requirements. It's in the bill. They must have a physical presence in the county. They must be in good standing. But the counties can contract with the nonprofit lenders like they have in the past. They have to have that physical presence. We did not put a ton of requirements on here. There's some language in here that allows for tribal lands. There's some language in here that makes the counties aware that nonprofits are eligible. And it also says in the bill that if they receive the Department of Revenue check in that first bucket, they are still eligible. The counties can take no more than 2.5 of the state funds for administration. They must distribute the money by March 31st at the latest and return any unspent funds by April 15th. Now for the one that was relatively contentious, how it gets distributed. It will be distributed on a per capita basis of $19.25 per resident of that county, or a one-time payment of $250,000. And the reason we did that is that there is a significant amount of counties, I think it's 22, that would not reach 250,000 using that per capita. And we thought that a county should have enough money to make a difference on 1, 2, 5, however many businesses they think they can do with that kind of money. So you either get $250,000 to the county to be administered by the county for businesses in their county, or you can take the per diem, which is $19.25. Again, that is the business package that was pretty much done this afternoon. Negotiations sometimes come down to the wire. Was the 13-week extension for unemployment benefits to those that I mentioned earlier that fall off of all of the federal CARES Act extensions and all the other stuff on December 26th. And what we did, because 15,000 fall off between the week of the 19th and the 26th, we added those in. We just didn't think it was fair. I guess maybe we all wanted to sleep better at night by not taking somebody's unemployment away over Christmas. So they do not get a payment on unemployment until after the 27th of December. And the state package ends, again, this is not that usual in a UI situation, but it was an insistence by the Senate that we have an end date on it. And the end date is April 3rd, so that there is no more benefits that come out of the state coffers on April 3rd. Now, and in the bill itself is a provision that if the federal government can find it a way to a compromise in Washington, D.C. on an economic recovery package for the country. And in the past they have included an unemployment extension. And if they do so again, that supersedes the state benefits. So that maybe the state would be on the hook for 1 week or 3 weeks or 4 weeks, but it very likely will not be on the hook for all 13 weeks. This is a gap filler. This is a bridge. There's other things in the bill, not that hard to understand. I will stand for questions, Madam Speaker.
The member from Candy Ojai, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I was privileged to be on this committee to work on this business relief bill. But as proud as I am of this bill and all the work that went into this, all the slices and dices that we did to try to right-size this bill to the right size of the business, this was painfully long, and as Representative Mahoney has pointed out really well, this was a lot of work in a short amount of time to be able to come up with a way to, as best we could, distribute $216 million to businesses that, Lord knows, they really need it bad. My biggest hope is that this is coming not too late. My hope is that it gets to them soon enough so that there is some relief for the pain that they have endured like we have never imagined. I just want to give a tiny, Representative Mahoney did a great job explaining the nuts and bolts of the bill. 3 buckets. There's also some unemployment insurance, which is super important for our workers. But we started working on this. I guess I started working on this project even before the governor announced the closure the last time on EO 20-99 because of my personal experience as a small business owner and how I experienced getting my CARES money from my local economic development office. And I shared that with Representative Mahoney on our first day that we had a conversation about this, which was actually the day before Thanksgiving. And since then, Representative Mahoney and I have talked every single day, twice a day, on the phone and on Zooms. And so we've gotten to really work together a lot. We've had to both sit and listen to a lot of patience and a lot of understanding of what this meant to businesses. And with as proud as I am of this bill, members, this bill could have been better because we didn't get to run it through the regular process. We didn't get it to run it through the committee process that I have always valued because it makes these bills better. As Representative Mahoney said, we were tweaking the bill this afternoon. The ink is barely dry on this, but that is truly the urgency of this need of this bill tonight. So my message tonight is I hope that we can really show our businesses a strong green board today to say that we're sorry and we should have done this sooner. We should have been ready for this when the announcement was made, we're closing you down for the second time. And I think by acting quickly as we could in the manner that we did, we have something that we can be proud of. That county bucket, that last part of it is our safety net. That's the one that's going to have local eyes on the ground. They're the ones who are going to be our ambassadors with this large allotment of money that's going to go to our local companies, our businesses, our motor coach businesses, bowling alleys, hotels, lodging, but they are going to be the ones who are going to actually make sure it gets to the right places. This isn't intended to go to campgrounds or resorts that are typically closed for the winter. Not golf courses that are typically closed for the winter. But they should go to golf courses if they have and own a restaurant. They should go to places that are open year-round that can't be right now because their event centers are closed. Our local partners in our counties will help us with that. And my plead to our county partners, please move as quickly as you can. The Department of Revenue has given us an indication that they should be able to get monies out by the end of this month. They have the information almost in hand for the businesses that have met the certain thresholds of 30% reduction in sales and the amount of employees that they have. Those should get out relatively quick without even having a business apply for those. Our local counties have a little bit more work to do, but we do hope our county folks can deploy this money as fast as they can, especially to the folks right now like our restaurants and bars, our bowling alleys that are closed up. They cannot let anybody inside their business, and I'm certainly missing the gyms and fitness centers as well. We need to make sure they get immediate relief as best we can. But this didn't have to happen this way. And my concern that my constant conversations with members of this body throughout the whole summer, we have tried to reach over to the governor's office in many different ways. We have kicked down doors. We are trying to get the attention of our governor, and there is a firewall that's challenging to get through because we're trying to get the attention of the actual governor and his staff. As hardworking as they are, it's still not the same as the person making those decisions that get to open or close. We've been working really hard to try to get through to Governor Walz. I wish we would have been called in 2 months ago, 3 months ago to say, if there is another shutdown, we should be ready for something. We didn't get that opportunity. We waited until after he announced the shutdown, and then we got a call a couple days later, say we better get a plan together. I'm glad our plan had been in the works for a few days, but businesses deserve better. Our small businesses, again, through this last few weeks, I have seen and heard the tears. I have seen the crying, and they don't know what to do. They literally just want to put the plywood on the windows and call it good. They're so exhausted. It's kind of like getting hit with a flood 2 years in a row. You just get done from the last one. You feel like you're getting your life back in order. Your summer, you worked your tails off in that third quarter to kind of get you feeling like you can get through the fall, the winter, spring, and then, man, we're back to summer and everything's going well. And they got shut down once again. I think that we could just have done this better. But this is a good bill. And again, to those businesses, again, I'm sorry it took us this long to get it out. We should have done this before. We should have been ready. But your legislative branch has been trying very hard to get the attention of the governor to try to work with him, alongside of him, to make sure we take some of that pressure off. And it hasn't happened until now. And we can do better. So as we go into our 2021 session, I'm committing our work, and we have to work in a bipartisan fashion. We have to work in a bicameral session and also with all the branches of government. We should never let this ever happen again, and we can do better with that. So members, please, let's get this help to our businesses as fast as possible. Let's work and communicate with our county partners to tell them how urgent this is to get the money out as soon as possible. And again, to the businesses and the owners and the employees that just don't know what to do, which way to turn, we are on the way. We've got relief coming. It's not enough. It's only to give you a life support till the next round comes, and hopefully our federal partners will be there for us. But businesses, we're finally on our way. And it's far too long, but members, thank you for allowing me to serve on this important committee, and Representative Mahoney and Representative Knorr, Representative New, Haley, Garofalo, Nash, everybody and anybody who was somebody who was working on these components all did a great job working on this bill in a very, very fast manner. So again, especially also to Travis Reese and Chelsea Olson, they were fabulous staff members on this. Thank you all for that, and please vote green. Thank you.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will just briefly touch on the section of the bill that relates to the fee waivers for some pieces of the hospitality industry. And as mentioned, there's a lot going on in this bill, and the intention of this was to work in tandem with the larger relief that was discussed by Representative Mahoney. But we also wanted to do something additionally to help with the fee burden that a lot of our businesses are being impacted. And so this bill has a piece that would, for the Department of Agriculture, would waive late penalties in 2021 for a swath of businesses, including food manufacturers, wholesalers, and retailers. And that would be approximately about $54,000 in fee waivers. In addition, we'd also waive state license issued under the Department of Public Safety on bars that want to serve alcohol until 2 a.m. and caterers who serve alcohol. So there are a lot of fees that are more on the local level, but there are certain things we could do at the state level to lighten that burden. And so this would have an impact of about $150,000 on the general fund. And finally, the last piece of this provision in the proposal calls on the Met Council to refund fees paid to small breweries or to credit them on their applications for wastewater permits and regarding their strength charge fees that they would pay in 2021. So it would refund and save these small breweries approximately $140,000. So not significant, but in the grand scheme of things, it's helpful to our small businesses who we know are struggling, and it works in tandem with the larger piece of this package. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Goodhue, Representative Haley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The technical aspects of the bill have been covered, but I want to touch on a couple things. As Representative Baker said, these times are more than challenging for our restaurants and our bars and our small business owners. And I just want to remind the listeners and the members the impact and the value that these businesses have in our communities. From our local baker in Red Wing, Billy, at Hanish, who made 1,000 cakes for 8 area high schools when they couldn't have their graduations. And to Glenn at Bayside Steakhouse, who poignantly wrote on Facebook this week how much he misses the people coming in for their birthdays, celebrating their anniversaries, coming in when they need to talk about a problem at their job, or coming in after their kids have had a good report card. The fabric of the communities happens in these restaurants, and they are missing their community members as much as they're missing doing the work that they're so good at. So I want those business owners to know we hear you, we've been fighting for you, and as Representative Baker said, this bill doesn't do everything that you need, and we know that, but we know the help is coming, and we did the best we could in a very short time frame. We appreciate the sales tax revenue that you pay, the property tax revenue that you pay that support our schools, the employees that you hire and that you want back, that are part of your family, the tourism that you attract when people come to our communities and want to eat in our restaurants, all those things that make our communities strong. And just to give an indication of how difficult these months have been, I wanted to review what this has been like. March 17th, bars and restaurants were restricted to delivery and carry out. March 28th, we had a stay-at-home order. 11 days later, April 8th, we had a closure of bars and restaurants. 10 more days go by. April 30th, that was extended. Continued a temporary closure of bars and restaurants. 3 more weeks, June 1st, so that's longer than 3 weeks, months. We finally got to open up for outside dining. We remember how excited we all were for that. June 10th, restaurants were reopened at 50% capacity and 6 feet of distancing. We could eat inside again. I think that was the first time from March 17th to June 10th. And then November 13th, capacity reduced inside and closures time at 4 in the afternoon, 10 at night. I don't remember exactly when the curfew was or the closure. And then November 21st, closed again. This has been the seesaw that these business owners have been under for 8 and 9 months. And this is what Representative Baker is talking about when we are trying to get back to some business certainty for these folks. We need to work together. We need to have a plan. We need to have notice. And we need to have money and support if we are going to have businesses closed by the government through no fault of their own. We are trying to do that. We work very hard on this bill, and we hope it's coming fast enough to all of you. I urge everybody to support this with a strong yes this evening. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Davney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. We're hearing a lot tonight about the challenges that the pandemic has created for Minnesota businesses and Minnesota families. And we know that every day Minnesota's students bring those challenges with them into their schools, whether that's walking in a door or zooming in from their bedroom. And this bill contains one provision to help respond in one small way to those challenges. Members, by December 15th of each year, we require schools to report the number of their students who qualify for either free or reduced price lunch aid. This year, given the pandemic, it's been very challenging for schools and districts to connect with eligible families and collect the required signed forms. At this point, only about 45 of Minnesota's 355 traditional public schools are open, many for traditional in face-to-face learning. They're in a distance learning mode, as are the majority of our charter schools and many, many private schools as well. The numbers of students who qualify for food aid applies not only to meal support reimbursement, but also as a factor in determining how much compensatory education funding a school receives the following year. All Minnesota school districts receive compensatory aid targeted at providing services for low-income students. The provisions in the bill extend the reporting deadline by 3 weeks to January 4th for just this year. The cost of the students whose eligibility is certified between December 16th and January 4th will be tracked separately. The projected $4.8 million cost to this provision will be reflected in the February budget forecast as a fiscal year 22 cost. In addition, there's a provision related to this, making clear that if the federal government ever does provide aid to Minnesota and to states and families in the country, that eligible federal aid will supplant the state aid to fund this provision. Thank you. I urge support for the bill.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Madam Speaker and members, first of all, I'd like to thank all those who have been working so hard on this very, very important issue. This isn't a perfect bill, but it offers some critical help where it's needed. Many of our small businesses are threatened, some holding on by a thread. Now, it's not because of mismanagement. It's not because of anything they've done, but because the state of Minnesota, through executive orders, has closed them completely or drastically curtailed their business. We must offer them relief, but the real relief is to let them completely reopen. Even the 50% capacity was workable compared to what restaurants have had to endure today. The level of contagion from restaurants is slight. We must be fair. To inhibit our small businesses while leaving big box stores virtually untouched makes no sense. Representative Davney just mentioned schools, and while I'm at it, this isn't part of the bill, we need to get our schools and school activities back in gear as well. The harm being done to our young people and our education system is greater than what harm could come from the virus. I'm also pleased that the daycares are eligible under the county portion of the bill. I think that's very important. But we must still remain vigilant and cautious in some areas, but the focus should be in the areas of high risk. This is an important step in the right direction, and I thank those who have been working on it and urge a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I rise in support of the bill, and I also want to thank my colleagues who have worked so hard on the bill over the last few weeks. As you know, I have also been working on the original group that was trying to help before the most recent shutdown order. And I hear every day, as I know many of you do, from your businesses, and it's heartbreaking. On the day of the governor's shutdown order on November 18th, the next day, one of the bars and restaurants in my district, he owns it, he called me and he said, he was crying, and he said, I had a meeting today on Zoom telling 74 employees that they were getting laid off for the next 4 weeks. Said, these people are my family. Some of them have been with me 20 years, and I'm laying them off at our busiest 4 weeks in the holiday season, and they don't know what they're going to do. And as has been said many times, I appreciate Representative Haley going through the timeline. Our businesses were shut down for a full quarter, the bars and restaurants, in the spring into the early summer. Then they opened at 50% capacity. And now they've been shut down for another 4 weeks. This is not tenable. And so I appreciate the hard work that's gone into this. We have a responsibility, even though we, the legislature, did not shut down these businesses, when the government has taken this action, we have a responsibility to try and help them survive. This is not enough. I hope our federal partners also step up. I appreciate my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who co-signed the bipartisan letter we sent to our Minnesota delegation, asking them for help. And I appreciate that the money the federal government spends, the first dollars of that will go to reimburse the state if this bill passes tonight. I think that's very fiscally responsible. But we just need to keep these businesses afloat until they can really reopen. And as been said many times, that's what they want. They showed when they were open at 50% capacity that they could do so safely. They invested thousands of dollars they did not have in their bank accounts in plexiglass and new ways to run their operation, and they really did a great job. And so I appreciate all the hard work. I hope members will support this bill, and I hope that it's a bridge that can get them until they can really reopen, because otherwise our communities are going to suffer. These job creators will be gone, and I think it will be a long time for us to be able to help rebuild our small communities and our main streets if we don't get this done. Thank you, members.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Meckland.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Meckland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have talked to probably 50 to 60 business owners within central Minnesota area in the last several days. Many of these people I've explained this what's coming forward. The constant thing I keep hearing is that their concern is that they don't have any assurance of what comes after this. If they take this grant, if you will, what piece of bread will they be begging for in 3 to 4 weeks going forward? And that is their concern. And it's mine as well, because they're hurting so bad. And while I know that Representative Baker and Haley, Representative Noor, and I wish I could remember all of them, have all worked so hard on this, but I don't think it goes quite far enough to assure them that they're not going to be in the same spot in 4 weeks as they are now. And I'm very concerned based on the fact that they don't have no assurance. We don't know what the governor is going to do going forward. And we'd like to see where that guidance is coming from at this point in time. And yet we don't know. So at this point, while this is a great step forward, I don't think at this point I can support this bill. So thank you.
The member from Mahoney, Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a few things about the bill that, we hear the bill, we always hear the good things about the bill, but just so people know and understand some of the things that are going on here. For the people that will get this money, it is taxable. And so you need to know that that's going to go into your gross. The deductions may or may not, the expenses may or may not be deductible. Depending on what they are, you need to talk to an accountant on that. So you're sure where you're going to end up at the end of the year. So you're not paying back a third or maybe more of this in taxes. The other thing that people should understand is that, we're talking about these extensions of these relief funds and the unemployment, which I'll get to in a minute. And the talk is not about ending the shutdown. The talk is, you're talking April 1st, and in some cases I've heard June, and we don't see an end of this for the foreseeable future. Now, hopefully in a few minutes here, we'll be voting on the resolution once again to bring the shutdown for a vote to the floor. I'll talk about that when that comes up, but I certainly hope people are thinking about this. We're looking at numbers that don't make sense in some of this. We're talking about urgency. We need to get this out urgent. But the small amount of money that's going out, it's a huge amount for the state, but it's a small amount for small businesses. And I've heard from multiple businesses that say that they, even though they're showing way more than a 30% decline in business because of the way this thing is put together, they're not eligible for this. And so that's a problem as well. Unemployment. If you're looking at what we're doing to our small businesses, we've drained our unemployment fund. And so by law, as I understand it, a lot of these guys are going to be looking at a 14% rate when they do get back to work, or maybe even before, the way things are going. So people need to understand that. I've heard multiple times now that the feds may or may not reimburse for this money. Well, bring it back to the real world. It's still tax dollars, even if they do, but it's still up in the air whether or not they will. And so to continue to say, we may not have to pay this back is a little bit disingenuous, because it all is going to have to be paid back. We talk about we feel bad for the businesses, but we continue to let them shut down. We're not getting behind our small businesses. We're throwing a few crumbs to them in hopes that they'll stay silent while the chaos and the disaster continues. This is not the right way to go. Just to give people out there a small example of where this money is going to go in the funds that go to the counties alone, my county, Mahoney County, going to get roughly a little over $250,000. Well, Hennepin County gets over $25.2 million. And so once again, we're seeing that and other things in this bill. We're pumping money into the metro area. Once again, in my estimation, that amounts to no more than another bailout. Furthermore, we're looking at a bill dealing with small business, and that's great. But we still have schools that are suffering, and we have kids that are doing poorly and need to get back into life. They need to stop being afraid. And so this is just, in my opinion, nothing more than something that's thrown out there to make people think we're doing something while the governor continues to lock us down. This is not going to go over well. I hope people really think about this even before they apply for these grants. Like I say, talk to your accountants and make sure this is going to work for you.
The member from Clearwater, Representative Grossell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Suppose not very many people wanted to speak on this, or going to get some of us out of the way early. You know, I'm not going to say thank you for this to anyone. You know, that might be a little bit abrasive, that might be rude, but I know everybody was working hard. But to be throwing our small businesses a few crumbs now and again from the government, when the government is responsible for what is happening to them, I won't say thank you for that. I won't say thank you while the governor holds his boot on the necks of these small business owners. While he keeps fleecing the flock, keeps demanding that they do everything, keeps telling people that it's their fault that the COVID virus is here, that it's spreading. I won't say thank you for that. I won't say thank you to anybody who will not stand up and help bring an end to the governor's authority so that we don't need a bill like this, so these businesses can go back to work and thrive as they were before, instead of choking them to death like has been going on for months, way back in March. And I got a short letter from someone who was on the front lines trying to help these small businesses to survive, trying to help them find ways to stay above water, while all the while the governor's mandates has a boot on her head pushing them under. I just got done. It says, I just read the release put out as a proposal for state COVID relief. And I must say, it is an embarrassment what is being suggested as solutions. This is another example of the disconnect of those in control in the metro with life here in the real world. The plan suggested doesn't even begin to help the businesses that have been destroyed by the governor's orders that began way back in March. You know, the addressing of these needs, it won't be done by just a few checks from the government. These people need to go back to work. You know, one of the things that this individual said is, things are not good here local, not good at all. Says, I am soon going to be out of assistance options too. And we have neighbors trying to help neighbors continuously. And it's as though every time we ask the government or the governor makes a demand of these small business owners, they jump through the hoops. They keep trying. They keep trying to do what's right. They keep trying to do what's right, only to get kicked in the teeth again and again and again. I will not say thank you for that. Everyone sits here and collects a check every month, collects their pay for doing their legislative work. But everyone sits here and they will not stand up for these people and say enough is enough. Some of us will stand up and say enough is enough. But there are some that I know would and should. I'm tired of the governor and the DFL continuously trying to shame people into thinking that bills like these are good ideas. that these people, these citizens that we are supposed to be representing, you're treating them as though they are just mere subjects. Here's some breadcrumbs from the governor's table. Be happy with it. You're destroying these businesses and these communities, and you should be ashamed of yourselves. That is where the shame should be. Those who stand or just sit and do nothing, those who sit and do nothing, you see the evil before you. You remain silent and you remain inactive. This is not going to help these businesses, and I've heard from many businesses in my district. I've heard from bankers, I've heard from everybody up here. They're looking at this and just shaking their heads. Doesn't the governor trust the citizens of this state to do what's right? Government should not be dictating to our citizens how they should be living. We should be helping them, not hindering them. And we certainly should not be driving our businesses out, driving our businesses into the dirt. Folks, things are not good in this state. Just like this man said, things are not good local. Not good at all. And they're soon going to run out of assistance officers to help their neighbors. This isn't the answer. The answer is to allow these businesses to open and to take care of their neighbors. They can do it a heck of a lot better than the government can.
The member from Candy Ojai, Representative Miller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this bill is going to become a press talking point on a referendum of whether or not we support small business in Minnesota. I can tell you that regardless of my vote here today, that I definitely support the small businesses, the restaurants, the different things that we're talking about here today. Like many of you, I've talked to dozens, if not hundreds, of businesses in my district, some outside my district, talked to employees, talked to managers, talked to county commissioners. I've talked to anyone that has a vested interest. In rural Minnesota, as you know, everyone kind of knows everyone, so there's a lot of crossover. One commissioner knows these two businesses, who knows this person. When they first shut down the restaurants, they allowed for pickup, so I went around and made videos and said, hey, guess what? It's perfectly safe to go. Be sure and shop your local people. And people I know did that in many different ways. I don't think I was the only one. But that's the sort of thing that we do in the communities. I can tell you that my wife and I probably eat out probably 4 or 5 times of what we used to, just so that we can give these local businesses a little bit of money. In the past couple weeks, when this came up again, I talked to several of them again. A couple of them spontaneously called me. So people are asking if we care, but they're all also asking if we have a better government. And in this past year, our government, particularly from the governor, we have not been behaving well towards the people of this state. There's been multiple times in the legislature when the governor has allowed us to have a voice. It's usually to spend money. We've done that many times here. It's been a consistent process. Last minute, no committees, or a makeshift committee. And if you want to include Ways and Means as a committee, I guess you can include that. This one, 3 weeks from special session. The last one, 3 weeks before an election. General fund money is used when there's a tight budget. We have to have an agreement. I heard earlier we have to have an agreement because the Senate is already sine-died. We can't do anything. We know this is going to pass, folks. For anyone watching, this is going to pass. There was an agreement that was made with the Senate. There was an agreement made with the governor. How it was formed, the reason why we recessed for a while was so that we can get that in shape, and then the Senate could do it because we chose to do it that way first, then move over. I'm sure that was part of the agreement in the back rooms with just a handful of people talking. That's not betterment. That's not better government for the people, and they're asking that also. Folks, this is crazy. I just jotted down, why do businesses in a free country have to beg? Why did we make this about, well, this is going to happen, so as has been said many times tonight, at least we can give these people a little bit of money. It's probably not enough, and guess what? It's not going to be enough, but at least it's something. At least we can show that we care. And I do believe that the people in this room, I do believe the people that worked on this do care, okay? I'm not questioning the integrity of that. I just don't know why we keep doing this over and over and over again. I do have just one more point that I want to make, but I'm going to have to do it by asking if the author of this bill, Chair Mahoney, if he would answer a few questions, Madam Speaker.
Representative Mahoney, will you yield?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Miller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Chair Mahoney, there's about 4 or 5 questions. They're kind of rapid, and I'll do the proper procedure, but I just want people to know that these are not an endless number of questions. I just kind of want to draw out a point here. So in the first section, the bill jumped around, so it's not Article 1 anymore, but the first section where we're going to be sending money out to restaurants, one of them is bars, and we did look this up, and in bars, are gentlemen clubs or strip clubs included with bars in this? Would they be receiving money?
Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sad to say, if you fall into the category of a 30% reduction in your sales from the 2 quarters from last year, yes. And the reason for that is that the Department of Revenue can't separate that out. There's not a computer program to separate that out. There was not a single vote in support of gentlemen's clubs or whatever. There was a collective gasp or gulp, whichever you care to call it, when we realized that. And we're not happy with that. But speed was more important.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Chair Mahoney continue to yield for
He
questions?
will yield. Representative Miller.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Speaker, Chair Mahoney, under the county fund, is it possible for adult entertainment stores to receive funding from this program?
Representative Mahoney.
Only if a county commissioner wants to lose his election or his or her election.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for answering that. There is that possibility. And the reason why I bring these two up is, I mean, they're distasteful, okay? And I'm not suggesting that anyone thinks that they're otherwise, but anyone that knows that since I've been here, I've worked a lot on human trafficking. These are 2 bastions of human trafficking. So understand that there is, for one, for sure, money will go if they qualify under the guidelines, and another one may receive from locations where illegal activities are going on. Your taxpayer dollars, folks, could be going to that. In one case, it probably will be going to it. I am promised, Representative Mahoney, I won't squeeze you on that issue. I do have just 2 more questions if he'll continue to yield, Madam Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Miller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair Mahoney, if the businesses, this is under the county portion of it, if the businesses in the county don't like the decision, meaning they didn't get enough or they didn't get any or whatever, if they don't like it, do they have an appeal process to deed? Do they have an appeal process in any way that they can readdress this?
Representative Mahoney.
No.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I promise this is the final question, and then I will make my final point. Will he continue to yield for a question?
He will. Representative Miller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair Mahoney, will everyone who needs money receive what they need?
Representative Mahoney.
Of course not, Representative Miller.
Okay, well, thanks, Chair Mahoney. And I'm not,
Representative Miller.
I apologize, Madam Speaker. And Chair Mahoney, I do thank you. You've been very respectful about this, and I don't want to be disrespectful or cheap shot, so I hope it's not coming across as that. I just want to make the point, and I could go on in a lot of other areas. I just kind of picked the low-hanging fruit, as they say, on a couple things that were obvious to me. There is no way that in the process, if you want to call it that we've put forward on this, there is no way that we can address the needs, the concerns, the problems, and we are responsible for the taxpayer money. And then I also hear from Representative Grossel, some of the other representatives, that they're talking to people, and guess what? The businesses are saying, we don't know that this is even going to significantly help us. And I hear things like, thanks for sending us scraps and stuff like that. And by the way, that's been the consistent message that I've heard. I want to close with this. I received a text from a business owner about 2 or 3 days ago. I will tell you this is consistent with my business owners in my district. And again, anyone that knows me, when I say I talk to business owners in my district, you can count on it. I have talked to a lot of them. And it says, good morning, Tim. I just heard on the radio that the legislature is working out details of a COVID relief bill for businesses and individuals affected by the governor's, in quotation marks, dial turning. It seems far more appropriate for the concerned legislators to vote to end the governor's emergency powers and allow Minnesota businesses to open and operate in a free market once again. This dictatorial rule of the state and of private businesses must end. I couldn't agree more with this constituent. We can fix this, members. We've been trying for months to end this. And when we get to the motion after a while to end the emergency powers, I'm going to address this. But we have a resolution for this. But this is what government does. We create problems for private citizens. We harm them. We destroy their lives. And then we throw a little bit of money their way and say, aren't you thankful for us? I'm not real proud to be part of the legislature right now. I am. I'm not going to be supporting this bill. I am going to be supporting the people in my district. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. A lot of good things have been said. I look at the bill, and I think there's one part of the bill that's very indicative of the problem we have. Page 2 of the bill guarantees that the only businesses that are going to receive money from this are the businesses that are in good terms with the Minnesota Department of Revenue. If you haven't paid your tax to the big government, you aren't getting this money. That's what it says on page 2. So members, this is government first. The people who need this money are the people who are accepted from the bill. They're the ones that need it the worst. But we have language in here, ostensibly, I don't know, Representative Mahoney or Representative Baker, I don't think you wrote this language. I would guess it came from the Minnesota Department of Revenue. I wonder how much of this bill was written by the executive branch. The people who need the money worst are not going to get it in this bill because government has to be sure that they're getting their money squeezed out of them first. That is a sick way to approach life. If we are truly going to help businesses, why wouldn't we give money to those businesses that need it the worst? Because they aren't genuflecting to the government at this moment. That's why. Members, Minnesota has become an island. We're the only state. None of the states around us are doing this. a massive government lockdown, locking down major parts of its economy and freezing economic activity, impoverishing our small businesses, caused by this government and Governor Walz's boot on the throat of our businesses. And now we bring a taxpayer-funded bailout. And we're supposed to think that this is going to help these businesses breathe again. We know what the answer is. Members, this bill spends $242 million. If you do the math, that's $41.86 per person in Minnesota. If we follow Representative Miller's lead and simply end the peacetime emergency after we dispose of this bill, we would find that Minnesotans all across our state could spend the $41.86 per person that this bill does, and then some, to help our small businesses recover in a major hurry. But no, we've got not 5 weeks of unemployment insurance, but we're going to pay people not to work for 13 weeks. 13 weeks of paying people not to work. How, members, does that bring our state to work again? How? Of course, the government employees and those well off to do in big corporations haven't felt any of this. Does anyone know a government employee that lost their jobs in this government shutdown with Governor Walz's boot on their neck, other than the 2 commissioners that were relieved of duty by the Senate? By the way, one of them got another job in the Department of Health, I'm told. 5 weeks of unemployment to go into January would have been plenty in this bill, provided an on-ramp for Minnesotans to get back to work, provided a signal to the governor that this emergency is over and it's time to get back to life again. Let Minnesotans live again. Let businesses start to recover from his activities again. But no, we've got 13 weeks to create a long-term expectation that this shutdown is going to even last longer. A deliberate action by the Democrats, of course. The socialist-loving Democrats love this shutdown stuff. They love people to be dependent on government. And we've got some misguided Republicans, members, who have supported this extension of 13 weeks too. Shameful. So this is the second pole of the bipolar construction of socialism. The first one is to control the people, and then it is to feed them. That's what the government is doing. First they control them, and then they throw them some crumbs, as others have said. So dictator Walz would like to make businesses captive and then throw the business owners some crumbs to pacify them for yet another month of captivity. Representative Mahoney, businesses don't need our fake gratuity. This is a quintessential example of socialism. Control cloaked in gratuity. Members, we need to vote against this bill and then vote to free our businesses from the dictator down the street with one of the next motions to come forward. That will give the freedom, hope, and opportunity that this governor is denying Minnesota businesses and Minnesota families all across our state. And that is the answer moving forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Sibley, Representative Grunhagen.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I do want to thank the people who worked on this. I would just say ditto to them. And, you know, I was 6 years chief negotiator with the school board with certified staff and administration. And I understand the grind that comes out of this, okay? And sometimes the heartache and tears even. But so I do appreciate their effort. I do have a few concerns, though. One is, you know, passing this bill, will this send the message to the governor that he can keep the shutdown going as we give, you know, this money to some businesses, not all of them? And it's interesting to me, according to the information I have, I thought the governor was supposed to have a press conference before our session, and now he moved it to Wednesday as if to see what we do on this. Or maybe he'll be able to address this in that. Again, that's just a observation. You know, I've got several business owners. I won't read all their comments, but they are from my district, and I did promise to represent them on the shutdown. And first off, here's what's so unnerving to them. They look at South Dakota, North Dakota, Wisconsin, and even Iowa, and they don't have these types of shutdowns down there. And they're not experiencing this, you know, the same level of infections or deaths. And then also they look at our Minneapolis International Airport, and I have firsthand testimony from a person down there. Their bars and restaurants got open, and the governor gave them an exception. So it seems like if you kiss the ring of the governor, you get an exception. You know, and in the last shutdown, we had the candy store out of 169. They got an exception. And casinos also don't seem to be affected by this shutdown. But yet we hammer our small businesses, most of whom want to operate safely and are willing to cooperate. You know, there's a recent article that was just published as of today, actually. And it says Minnesota restaurant is being fined by Governor Walz and Keith Ellison $9,000 for noncompliance in Lynn, Minnesota. Then two other restaurants, one in Nisswa and another in East Grand Forks, are being sued by the state of Minnesota. Think about that. Honest Minnesotans who own businesses, who are trying to survive, and their government turns on them rather than trying to work with them. When neighboring states don't have those types of shutdowns and requirements. Now, some people are going to call that tyrannical, a tyrannical government that is attacking their own small businesses. And unfortunately, that seems to be the clear evidence. But to get back, you know, most of these businesses, they don't want handouts. They just want to reopen safely. And I'm going to read a few comments from businesses in my district. First one is from Gail. He owns two businesses that fall under the shutdown. The last shutdown, the first one, he lost 20% of his staff during the last shutdown. This shutdown, he had to lay off all 35 employees. And guess what he's doing? He's helping feed one of his laid off workers and their family because they don't have the money to provide for their expenses and their families. That's the business owner. When you're a business owner like I am, and you have employees like I do, you care about them. I can relate to him. You care about what happens to those people, okay? And I've written out checks and helped not only my associates and employees, but also my customers, depending on their situation when they've had difficulties. you know, that's the type of people that you're attacking. Okay, the next person is Sheila. Sheila hasn't taken a salary from her business since March. She bought and opened her business in Q1, you know, January, February, March of 2020. She is a single parent of 2 teenage boys and pays for monthly health insurance. Recently, her car needed a $600 repair, and she is trying to figure out how to provide Christmas for her boys. Trying to stay positive around her boys so they do not worry is taking a mental toll on her. She was not able to use any of the grants or loans due to her new this year business. She has substantial monthly overhead and just a few members keeping membership just to help her out. The numbers don't equate to paying the bills. Give her a chance, members. Give her a chance. That's what we're talking about. Then we have Tara. While closed, Tara pivoted quickly to make home kits, so she tried something else. It was a successful idea. She was well received, but it doesn't cover the cost to keep her studio open. Weekly, she manages the additional work of prepping these kits while also paying additional supplies to make them portable. She has even taken up free painting events simply to keep her customers engaged with her and to give them joy. Again, these are the type of people. You know, when you're a business owner, you're chief cook and bottle washer, right? You go home last, you shut the lights off last, you're the first one there when there's a problem, either with your facility or with your employees or customers or whatever. That's the people you're attacking. The governor is, and Attorney General Ellison with this shutdown. Then there's Joe. I just got a couple left. He owns 2 franchises. He is not receiving any corporate support other than advertising. They have not qualified for grants due to their size of staff and past revenues. Probably won't get any this time. Many assume they have deep pockets, but just like the rest of these businesses, these 2 Joes are trying to make a living and scratch around to keep the business open. Finally, members, is Danielle. Danielle had to post a video telling the public she is fighting for her business. Tearfully, she explained the lack of inventory because there is no income to purchase the inventory. She is considering all her options and utilizing an advisor to help her plan the next phase of her business she loves. Lack of inventory equals lack of revenue equals lack and does not pay the bills. So members, I could go on, okay, but I think you get the point. You know, some of these are single moms that are running small businesses and they're putting their whole life into it. And we're coming down with them with the force of government. Think about that. Okay, but you say, Glenn, what about the deaths, okay? And what about the medical data? Well, you know, when Governor Walz ordered the shutdown, he did not provide the data or science that would justify closing them. In fact, Lifetime Fitness has produced very detailed data that proves the governor is wrong. Lifetime Fitness has sued the governor for the data that went into the closure decision. And as of now, as far as I know, he still hasn't released it. And by the way, Lifetime Fitness shows that only 2 to 3/10% of COVID infections can be traced to gyms. Why are we doing this, members? And then we turn around and we keep abortion clinics open for the sexual exploitation of women and killing the innocent unborn to keep the blood money flowing. Finally, members, I know some of you are going to say, well, what about the deaths, Glenn? Well, the recent article, I believe in the Star Tribune, rated Minnesota the 46th worst state in the nation in protecting people in long-term care and assisted living. We have still close to 70% of those people are the people that are reported as deaths, members. Those are the people we should be protecting. And we've done a poor job of it, and the governor's done a poor job of it. And in fact, at times, by putting infectious patients into the nursing homes, it seems as if they're trying to run up the score. I hope that's wrong. Then, members, consider this fact. The Minnesota Department of Health reported Minnesota mortality or deaths from all causes in 2017 to be 44,361. So total deaths in 2017, according to the Minnesota Department of Health, is 44,361. Well, as of December 9th, 2020, the CDC reported that Minnesota's year-to-date deaths from all causes, not just COVID-19, and all deaths are regrettable. We all agree on that. We're not trying to minimize this. But the CDC reported as of December 9th, so there's still about 3 weeks left, but the year-to-date deaths from all causes, not just COVID-19, is 42,148. That's about 2,000, over 2,000 less than 2017. And we didn't close our bars and restaurants. We didn't close our gyms. We didn't close our schools, members. Now, there's some medical professionals that allege that some of the COVID deaths are being reported because the reimbursement from the government is better, okay? And these are medical professionals. Now, the interesting thing, I had 2 constituents call me in the last few months and say that their grandparent in the nursing home died, and they knew it was from cancer or a heart attack, and yet the death certificate showed COVID-19. Now, why would they do that, members? Now, these are grandchildren of the people who died, who knew these people intimately. They know they didn't die from COVID-19, and yet that's what was on. Now, maybe they had a little test of it, but they didn't die for that reason, and yet that was the primary thing put on the death certificate. So, you know, I was raised on a farm, and when you smell a skunk in the wood pile, you're pretty sure there is one in there. And it does seem like we're inflating these deaths of COVID-19 for sometimes financial gain. And again, medical professionals, including doctors, have made this allegation. It's circumstantial. I probably couldn't prove it in a court. Okay, members, then just a comment about the unemployment. I did some additional research on that, and what I found from a source up at the Capitol is that there's about 10 to 12 reasons people on unemployment should be looking for jobs, and if they don't look, they should be eliminated from unemployment, okay? Because we have widespread concern from business owners that they cannot get help and that people previously working will not show up for work because of the unemployment benefits they're getting. So I checked with this person, and he said that DEED is not enforcing those 10 to 12 principles that are in statute. So our state government is not making sure or trying to make sure that people receiving unemployment are bodily able to work are out there every week looking for work. They're not doing any type of verification, according to this individual. Members, which side of the aisle you're on, you should be concerned about that, because we're looking at a deficit with this bill, if the unemployment is all paid out, of over $1 billion in our unemployment fund. And Representative O'Neill has done excellent work on this, and I don't want to take her thunder away from her if she's going to speak. But members, think of what we're doing, okay? Think of what we're doing to these law-abiding, hardworking citizens of the state and the anguish and misery we're bringing on them compared to the states around us. And we're not doing any better in terms of infections or deaths, and in some case, worse. So members, this is crumbs. I hope the governor doesn't use it as an excuse to extend his emergency powers. If the unemployment was maybe 3 or 4 weeks, it would do a lot to make me think this is more reasonable, because then we could take a look at it in session again to see what the governor does on Wednesday. But I'm conflicted on the bill. I think there's some good parts, and I want to ditto the efforts of the people who worked on this. I well understand what negotiations take, and I did it for months some years to try to get a settlement that was good for the district, taxpayer, and the students, and still keep a pay schedule for certified staff and administration that we could hire good people in and be competitive in the conference. I understand that, and I understand nobody's going to get everything. But when I look at this bill, I don't know. It's taken us, I don't know if it's taken us in the right direction completely. And I thank you for listening, and please, let's do what's right for the people of the state of Minnesota. I'm conflicted, and I'll see what I do. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members.
The member from Washington, Representative Jurgens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I will say thank you. I want to say thank you to Representative Baker, Haley, New, and Garofalo on our side of the aisle. Thank you to Chair Mahoney, Representative Knorr, and thank you, Senator Pratt. It's good that we're providing assistance, but this should have been done before the governor issued Executive Order 20-99. Businesses have waited almost a month to find out if they get any restitution for the government-forced shutdown. The government left businesses out in the cold when he issued the latest executive order. They had just days to react. I talked to a restaurant owner that had 3 upcoming weddings they had already purchased the food for. 2 of the 3 had to cancel, so the restaurant owner paid for the food he couldn't sell. He lost that money and won't get it back. Now the governor keeps putting off his announcement on his intention for extending the closure. He was going to make the announcement on Friday, then he was going to make the announcement today. Now it appears he'll tell them on Wednesday whether or not they can reopen this weekend. It's cruel and unconscionable to continue to leave these businesses out in the cold. Now this bill has some good, but also has some areas of concern for me. First, the good. This bill provides much needed relief for movie theaters. This industry has been devastated by the pandemic. Even during the summer months when they were open with restrictions, there was a lack of new releases from Hollywood. This bill provides relief on a per screen basis, so the relief scales up to the size of the operation. While I realize the metro area has countless opportunities for entertainment, greater Minnesota areas are very limited, and in many cases, the local theater is the only form of out-of-home entertainment. Also, not only do theaters contribute greatly to local and state taxes, they also provide much-needed jobs for entry-level young people and contribute heavily to the livability factor in a community. By the way, if you're in Hastings on this Saturday between the hours of 2 and 6 p.m., stop by the Hastings Marcus Theater for curbside popcorn purchase. Help them pay the rent. So that's the good part of the bill, much needed relief to help save an entire form of entertainment in this state. Where I think this bill falls short is in the calculation used to determine who qualifies for the first bucket of relief from deed. This bill is intended to help those who are affected now, closed now, those with little or no income now. But to qualify, we're comparing sales from 2019 to 2020 for April through September when these businesses were largely open. Many restaurants did okay during those months. Customers came back to support them. In Hastings, the city and the Chamber of Commerce bent over backwards to provide options for outdoor patios, and the residents were happy to support them. As a result, a half dozen or so restaurants in my district that I talked to will not qualify for this relief. They have no money coming in today, and they don't know when that'll change, but they don't qualify. They can still get assistance from the bucket that funnels through the counties, but not the deed money from the state, the quickest relief. That's where this bill fails to help those who need it. I wish we could have had a meaningful debate on that, but the Senate already adjourned sine die and went home. This bill is now take it or leave it. A small number of hardworking and diligent legislators made the deal for the rest of us, and the deal's done. We can't make changes. If we change it, we kill it. So, Madam Speaker, thank you to all those that worked on this for the time and effort they put in. And while this bill isn't perfect, it is necessary. It'll help some, and I will support this bill for the good that it does. Madam Speaker, over and out.
The member from Wright, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I'd like to offer a slightly different perspective than we've heard tonight. We've heard a lot of repeated things, a lot of the same kind of talking points over and over again, but I wanted to pick up on some things that Representative Green, Grossell, Gruenhagen, and a couple others had started on. And I want to talk about the unemployment insurance aspect of this bill. Let's start at the beginning. So when we started 2020, the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund was a healthy balance of $1.7 billion. That's a very, very high balance. That's a very healthy balance. When COVID happened, shutdown happened, stay-at-home orders happened, that money dissipated and disappeared in a blink. By the end of July, that trust fund was bankrupt. Then we started to borrow from the federal government. To date, we have borrowed $790 million. This bill would add to that total another $520 million, and that's an estimation from the unemployment insurance folks, and they do great work. And I was fortunate to serve on the Unemployment Insurance Advisory Council for at least 4 years, I think it was. And the people there do an incredible amount of work, and they did an incredible amount of work when we asked them to do what we did just in these last few months. But again, that would bring us, if we do this bill, that would be $520 million. And where does that money come from? Well, the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund is paid exclusively by businesses that have employees, then they are allowed to draw from it if they are laid off. So this is on the backs of our businesses. The total between the two, so it was $790 million up to this bill. If we pass this bill, that's an additional $520 million, which is a total of $1.3 billion that we will owe the federal government, that we are borrowing from them. Now, back in 2008 and 9, when we had the Great Recession, we also borrowed from the federal government. And they allowed a debt to be forgiven to Minnesota of about 90%. We don't know if they're going to do that again. And let me tell you what is different now than what happened back in 2008 and 9. So just a few moments ago, I went on usdebtclock.org. And if you've never been on it, every single member in this legislature should look at it and look at it often. But let me tell you what it said as of a few moments ago, because it is updated real time. And as of a few moments ago, the debt from the US government, the federal government, was $27.4 trillion and rising every second. Now, that is a number that most people probably know, but here's a number you may not know. So our US government is already $27 trillion in debt. That's budgets gone, money's gone out. There is no turning back from that. But what's not talked about very often is the unfunded liability. So these are promises made with current policy of the federal government, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. And that number has risen substantially, and now that number is at $156 trillion. I'll repeat that, $156 trillion of unfunded liability. And that is just Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid with current policy as it is moving into the future. That's money promised that we do not have money to pay. So let's put that into perspective. So that is significantly worse now than it was in 2008 and 9. So it's possible that the federal government would forgive 90%. If they do not, just the amount owed to them, again, was $1.3 billion of the trust fund. Now that just brings it to zero. We still have to fill it back so it's usable. Now we don't have to get it all the way back to $1.7 billion, but we should get it close to $1 billion. That's sort of a comfortable balance. And in order to do that, that would be probably about $2.3 billion would get us comfortably back. Guess who pays that in? Well, I just said all the businesses that have employees, they will qualify for unemployment insurance. So if we pass this bill, we are putting on the backs of the businesses in the state of Minnesota who are already heavily burdened by shutdown, by stay-at-home orders that happened before, all of the effects of COVID. We're putting on their backs $520 million more. So yes, we are giving them $216 million to those that are in absolute dire need, and they will probably close without this money. So on the front side, we're giving them $216 million. On the back side, we are going to be extracting out of them $520 million at minimum just for this bill. Now, there is a possibility that maybe the federal government would forgive 90% of that, but we don't know that. If the federal government does forgive that, that's still $131 million off the backs of businesses just to bring it to zero. And then you've got another $1 billion you have to put it back in so that it actually works properly. Now let's just talk about one other thing. Let's talk about what Representative Mahoney had said. 126,000 people are unemployed and their unemployment is about to run out. Okay, I wrote that down. It was 126,000 people. Now I looked at a jobs openings report for the state of Minnesota, and you know what the good news is? There are approximately 120,000 job openings. But let me tell you what's really happening in the real world of business right now. So let me read to you something from a temporary staffing agency. And they're all over Minnesota, and this is just a little pulse as to what's really happening and how willing people really are to work. So this is a quote from an owner of a temporary staffing agency who has multiple branches all over Minnesota. He says this: in a normal year, unemployment at current levels would make finding people easy, as there would be many people actively seeking work, but 2020 is a long way from normal. We are spending record amounts on recruiting budgets to get only a few candidates. Statistically, we know that people are out of work and they should be applying and they should be looking for jobs. Of those candidates who actually apply, our recruiters are actively reaching out to them immediately and less than 25% have an interest in the position that they applied for, much less any other position that we have available. Of those, we consistently see the no-show rate at interview of 75%. We aren't the only ones dealing with this. We hear it daily from our customers and our competitors. Now, let me just give you one other solid example. There was an employee at one of these branches, and on just one day, she made phone calls to try to fill one position. You know how many phone calls she made? Well, I'm going to tell you. 200 phone calls. Yes, she called 200 people that had expressed interest in finding a job. She had 0 people respond and say, yes, I would like to come in for an interview and get a job. 0 people. This bill is a colossal mistake. You don't give businesses $214 million on the front end and then extract out of them in the same bill $520 million and call it a good day. This is not a good day. This is not a good bill. This is not a good plan. And I haven't even gotten to the other parts of the bill. This is we are trying to do something because the governor has decided, without the consultation of the legislature, to shut businesses down, and he has not, and I listened very carefully to Senator Benson, who was asked repeatedly, what are your parameters to shut down? What are the numbers that you're looking at? What is the science and the data you are looking at? She has received a 0 answer after repeatedly asking, what are your parameters? This is a colossal mistake. Now, unfortunately, this bill will pass because this is all we have. This is it. The Senate passed it and sent it to us, and we have no option. We vote yes or no. And no matter how we vote, we are going to be scrutinized and criticized for our vote. And that is the nature of the job. I will be voting no for all the reasons that I just laid out. You decide in your own process what you want to do, who you want to help, who you don't want to help. I don't know that this literally helps businesses. I really, really wish that more than just a very small handful of people made the decision to put this bill together. You can tell that this was done by a very small group of people. Because had it been done in committee, with testimony, with a great amount of input, you wouldn't have had the bill the way it is. I'm certain that a better bill could have been brought. Now, we shouldn't have had to do any bill at all, because that's on the governor. The governor decided to shut it down and then looked to the legislature to say, hey, you got to fix it. Well, this is all we've got. So I'll be voting no today. Thank you, members.
The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And would Representative Baker yield for a question?
He will yield, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Representative Baker. I just wanted to confirm I heard correctly in your comments earlier. Did I hear correctly that this bill did not go through any committees?
Representative Baker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Lucero. It went through the Ways and Means Committee at the end. There was a hearing on it when the bill was getting buttoned up to get it in the shape of it is today. What we did do is went through a number of side, I would say, Zoom calls with stakeholders, again, talking about things like licensing relief for the 2 a.m., caterer's license, things like that. That was led by Representative Olson. We had conversations, again, on unemployment out to the side, looking at breweries and winery relief with Representative Nash and others. So just off the tip of my tongue, Representative Lucero, that was the side and the workings of those committees assigned to those tasks. Yes.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Baker. Would Representative Mahoney yield for a question?
Representative Mahoney, will you yield?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Mahoney. Just a couple questions, actually two. So the first one is, in your remarks earlier, you had mentioned convention centers, and sometimes when you waive, these weren't your words, these are my words now. When you waive free money around, there's often the times where people or companies, in this case, convention centers may come out of the woodwork. I do not know the definition of convention center as defined in the bill, but is there a way that the Viking Stadium, the Twin Stadium, might qualify as convention centers?
Representative Mahoney.
Madam Speaker, Representative Lucero, it's a deed grant program, so there will be parameters set around this money. It's been mentioned again, and I said I thought in my remarks, but maybe I didn't. Duluth has one. St. Cloud has a convention center. Rochester, Mankato, the Twin Cities has 2 or 3. And Representative Purcell has brought up the Bemidji. So there might be others that I am not aware of. The parameters, I don't know that the Viking Stadium would fit within those parameters. I don't know that the Twin Stadium would be considered a convention center. They typically have roofs and rooms that you can separate and put a curtain across so you can have small group meetings. So it would only be it wouldn't be a guess, but it'd be a reasonable assumption that neither of those would fall under those categories.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay, so if I understood correctly, it's still out at this point because a convention is held in large facilities, and a convention can be held. I've been to conventions actually at the Viking Stadium. I've been to cybersecurity conventions, and so I don't understand. That's why I'm seeking clarification here. What is the definition of a convention? I think that's important before we cast this vote. So when you define parameters, or when you say that it wouldn't meet the parameters, are the parameters defined in the bill, or is Deed somehow supposed to come up with these parameters after we vote on the bill? If the chair would yield for another question.
I will certainly yield.
Did you ask him to yield again?
I did, Madam Speaker.
Representative Mahoney, will you yield?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Representative Mahoney, you have the floor.
Representative Lucero, I don't think it's a reasonable question. I think it's a made-up question to try and catch people. That's just my opinion, not assuming your motives, so to stop something from jumping up on parliamentary issues. As I said, the definition of convention centers that fit our parameters that we have spoken to Deed about and asked them to use as a guide would be St. Paul River Center, Minneapolis Convention Center, the Duluth Deck. I think in Mankato it's called the River's Edge, but I'm not sure. The Rochester Mayo Center. You're stretching to get to some point. Why don't you come to the point, Representative Lucero? You don't like the bill?
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair Mahoney, that was the end of my questioning. I'm really taken aback That was the end of my questioning on that question. I'm really turned off, Representative Mahoney, at your inference, and it was a questioning of motives. I have no other point. It was simply my intent to inquire because conventions are held in facilities. And I'm not sure, I don't have the bill language on this section in front of me. That's why I was asking the bill author. And I think it's really disgusting how you had your, I know you're on your way out the door, Representative Mahoney, but just it's really disgusting how you answered it. I'm really just turned off. I honestly, genuinely, I had no gotcha. It wasn't a gotcha question. It was because I have personally attended a convention separated by curtains in these stadiums if they would qualify as a convention center per the definition or parameters. I don't know why it's so difficult for you to just be honest and answer politely instead of inferring some ulterior motive or question or point. I had none other. It was just a simple inquiry. Just a huge turnoff as you're on your way out the door. So I won't even bother asking you again to yield because my next question was, and I think you're going to give me a flippant answer, so I'm not going to even bother trying to ask you with a genuine question. Would casinos with bars in them qualify if they've suffered a loss as a bar or restaurant? Would casinos, and it's not a gotcha, it's just I'm curious to know. But I'm not going to bother answering you because I'll get some half-ass answer. And then to Representative Miller's point earlier and Representative Mahoney's answer, there isn't a computer program out there that can determine if a woman is naked in a bar, takes her clothes off. Well, I'll tell you what, all you need to do is determine with some human intelligence what type of business they are. Do they have a bar in them, and do women take their clothes off? It's not that hard to figure out. And with the answer that was given, that government doesn't have a program that can determine if there's naked women in the building. So therefore, we're going to give a check because the government can't figure it out. We're going to send them taxpayer money to bail them out. You know, I know Democrats treat people like children who are dependent upon government as their parent. But government funding naked women brings an entirely new meaning to who's your daddy. Madam Speaker, members, please vote no on this bill. Thank you.
The member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I was just reading the newspaper here in Delano, the Delano Herald Journal. It says the headline is downtown businesses among those affected by executive order. And in the picture, it was a beautiful picture of downtown Delano, Crow River in the foreground, business in the background, including mine, McDonald's Studio, Dave's Town Club, local coffee shop, Brickside Restaurant, Lupine Brewery. They're all shut down. And it just occurred to me, and I'll make this short. I won't be as long as my good friend, Representative Gruenhagen, who did a good job, I think. But as I looked at the picture of our downtown that I've worked so hard in the last 32 years in my local small business and been active in my Chamber of Commerce, which of course we can't meet, and our Lions Club and our churches and our businesses and the mayor and now serve as the state rep. It's just, it is saddened, obviously, of the pandemic. For those who lost loved ones, we all recognize that, and we pray for them. We mourn for them, and we have compassion for them. But it also reminded me of the living, businesses and the families. When we say the businesses, the small businesses, the gyms and the dance studios, you know, as a photographer, I'm given the blessed gift to photograph and be with so many of these different businesses and families, from dance studios to the local restaurants and bars and coffee shops and gyms. And just the great gift to be able to do business with them and be a customer of them, and just to recognize that all that they've worked for and lived for is dying. Some are paused, and we will pray that they will be open up again. Some are done, and it is indeed very sad. And I'm sure that every one of us that is listening or that cares, that all of us that cares, that serve, cares about that deeply. Don't doubt that at all. Frankly, the Democrats and the Republicans in my 10 years of serving, I have observed that we work well together. And great issues of Minnesota in funding and helping our government, our transportation, our education, our healthcare, taking care of the elderly and the sick and those who have disabilities, and our transportation and veterans. We do good things, folks. Those who are listening, who aren't involved within the chambers, our good old taxpayers and Minnesotans, please know that we do work well together and we get things done right. Not always right, but for the most part. But this issue here has pressed us to the nth, for sure. And I believe, at least many do in my district and my businesses, that the governor's broad painting with the broad brush of shutting down all businesses in rural Minnesota, especially where the cases are so low, as I read the papers, so low, and shutting down the businesses and the families, it is indeed devastating. And it wouldn't have to be that way. I support the bill. I do support the bill. It's not perfect. Nothing's perfect until we get to the heaven. It's not perfect, but I do thank Representative Mahoney and Baker and the rest of them. I guess I'll stop there because I don't want to miss anyone. So I do support and thank you for the good work. And it's not perfect, but I know in speaking to my local dance studios who I do business with, my local restaurants and my gym that I work out with, that the little money that will help. And it is some little money. As Representative Baker said, it's on life support. And it is maybe will make the difference between opening in March or February if the governor decides to open up. Our movie theaters, our small town movie theaters, as Representative Jurgens mentioned. The movie theaters is really unfair. There's not one incident in the nation that COVID-19 breakout in a movie theater. Not one incident. And yet our governor wants to shut down our movie theaters. Some of our screens have 100 to 200 seats, and he couldn't let 50 people in to view a movie. Now, albeit the Hollywood is not putting out the big blockbusters, but they do have some for the holidays. They do have some Christmas ones, and they're all playing some old ones. Empire Strikes Back was played just a couple months ago here in Delano, so that was a big one. But think of a 200-seat theater, and he wanted to let 50 people in to support our local movie theaters, even though there's not one case in the nation. So I think that's a mistake. I really do. I think that's a mistake, and it's unfortunate. When he canceled and shut down things a month ago, weddings, many of you know probably, and if you don't, I'll tell you, I'm a wedding photographer. Let me tell you, when he shut down the weddings in 3-4 days before people's weddings, that was devastating. That was unfair. Frankly, it was cruel. Very unfortunate. But in our small towns, I look at our local newspaper, Carver County, McLeod County, Meeker County, Wright County. Up until October 8th, we've had very few cases and very few deaths, thanks be to God. 9 deaths as of October 8th in Wright County, most of them in long-term care, most of them comorbidities, those who are in nursing homes. Tragic it is, but very small numbers. And yet he paints with a broad brush and shuts down every business that he thinks are spreading things in rural Minnesota. And that's the point I want to make. I think it's many folks in my district think it's quite unfair. It's not effective. It's not working. And, people are doing what the governor and our Minnesota Department of Health and our forgot what I was going to say, but we are wearing masks. We're social distancing. We're washing our hands. We're doing all that our government is asking us to do, and yet we're still shut down. So as I read the paper here in Delano and Wright County, my Annandale and Buffalo and Roxford and Waverly, Montrose and Howard Lake, businesses affected by the executive order that wouldn't have to be. It is a shame, and I certainly hope the governor tomorrow decides, or Wednesday, that it is best that the businesses and families get on with their lives and open up. I do support this bill. It'll have some support, some financial support that will help us smaller businesses and some medium-sized businesses as well. I thank Mahoney and Representative Baker and Representative New and the rest of them, Garofalo and such, Noor, Thank you for the hard work. But if we really want to be a one Minnesota, Representative Mahoney, as you mentioned in your introduction of this bill, then we need to open up all of Minnesota. And I think we can do that and still keep our loved ones safe. So, Madam Speaker, thank you.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members for a really emotional tonight. Just wondering, sometimes I think those of us here in St. Paul deal with our local businesses, our bars and restaurants, kind of in an abstract, and we sometimes forget we're talking about real people whose lives are affected by what we do down here in St. Paul. I want to relate very quickly a story of a tradition back in my home county of Polk County. Over the years, there's been a long-standing tradition of providing a free Thanksgiving dinner at our local high school for folks that are alone over the holidays and such. It's really looked forward to by the folks back home. But with the shutdown and the closing of large gatherings, that traditional Thanksgiving dinner was going to be canceled. But just days after the latest shutdown and our bars and restaurants were told to close, 4 restaurants and bars in the town of Glenwood got together and said, no, we're going to make sure that Thanksgiving dinner goes on. And they got together Thanksgiving Day and worked hard getting ready for it. And they served over 900 people a free Thanksgiving meal that day. And it was a drive-through event. People drove through, picked up their meals, and they said thank you. Some left donations as well. And the money raised for that dinner was given to local charities and not kept to defray any expenses. So that just gives an idea of the good people that are working back home in our local bars and restaurants. And I agree that our businesses should be allowed to reopen, no doubt about it. But right now, unfortunately, that's really out of our control. That's up to one person sitting in the governor's office, and we can't change that as of right now anyway. This is something we can do. I agree it's not enough, but it's something that will give our local businesses a glimmer of hope that they can survive this latest shutdown. Others have mentioned also our hometown theaters. I have a couple back in my district, one on the Main Street made famous by Sinclair Lewis in Sauk Center. They have a big marquee that lights up on Saturday nights on the Main Street. Cars are all over the block, and just good to see. Also a theater in Alexandria, and they have been devastated by the shutdown since back in March. And my wife and I drove by the theater the other night. I think it was last Saturday night. And I was curious to see there were 4 cars in the parking lot at the theater. It was not lit up very well. No movies were showing. And we investigated and found that they were selling popcorn. And I realized popcorn maybe is a high profit item, but I don't think they can stay open real long by selling popcorn out of their lobby on Saturday night. So again, I want to say thanks to those that worked on the bill, putting it together as quickly as they could. Again, it's not perfect, but we need to get some aid to the folks that need it so desperately and give them the hope that this is going to end and that better times are ahead. So, Madam Speaker, thank you, and I would urge a green vote on the bill tonight.
The member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Yeah, Madam Speaker and members, one thing that this bill shows is the importance that since March that we've not seen that the Senate and the House members have been involved. I think that's a real, it's extremely disappointed. We have extremely talented individuals that are in both chambers, the House and the Senate. Now, I get it, this bill is not perfect, but hats off to the folks who worked on it because they thought they could do the best that they could do with limited input. I agree with several other members. This should have gone through a committee process. We didn't set that up. Obviously, that was something that's called because of the shutdown that the governor set forth. So it does show when you get all of us or more people involved than what we've had in the past, we do get better bills. We do get better information. This bill can be improved, but I do know that the folks that worked on this bill did the best that they could with the information that was presented to them. A couple of other things I want to share with people. Being a small business owner, I understand, and I know how it is when you start to lose your business. Back in the 90s, we also almost lost our business, and it's a part of your life. It's a part of who you are. A lot of people know that's the case with me. I'm very active in our business because it's a small business. I'm not a big box. They have things that they can do, and that's the same thing with the restaurants. Same thing with the gyms and the theaters and other small businesses. I, just like everybody else, have heard the challenges that people face. And I believe I have a unique perspective with the only House district that borders North Dakota and South Dakota, where a lot of my constituents says there's freedom across the border. I don't say that. I have constituents who say that because we can go across the border. And the people across the border are as healthy as we are, and in some cases more healthy. I also serve as an EMT. So I've been called on runs with people with COVA, and we've taken the necessary steps and so forth. And we're still healthy and wise. So I think it's quite, what I hear from my constituents is quite challenging that in greater Minnesota, especially, and even all parts of Minnesota, this has not been a regional approach. When there's a tornado in a community, like in 2010 in Wadena, which was an emergency, we did not shut down the whole state the same way. They focused on Wadena. Well, this is the same thing, and I did have the opportunity with Senator Uckey back in March to share that directly with the governor and lieutenant governor that we had back in March, and I still think that's a good approach. And I'm just going to end it with this text that I received from a business owner in my district. He's done it right, both his wife and himself. He goes, let me go down here a little bit, folks. He goes, just want to let you know, I had to shut down old number one. I lose less money by shutting down than I do by opening for curbside 23 straight years of double-digit growth shot by, I'm not going to use the word that he said, shot down by our governor. And this is the impact that I don't think people who have not been a business owner, and I'm not trivializing what all people are doing their work, but when you're a business owner and you put money in the economy and you help it, and like Glenn said, a lot of business owners, including myself and these folks here, help their staff members. We've been over backwards for them. We need help from the government, not a shot in the arm. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Noor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I would like first to thank Chair Mahoney for his leadership, the House Working Group, Senator Pratt, Senator Champion, and also many thanks to staff, Commissioner Grove, Commissioner Doughty, and all those who worked hard to get the assistance to workers and businesses. Madam Speaker and members, this bill is focused on getting help into the hands of those businesses that need it the most. This is to keep our economy running. The last 8 months have been painful for small businesses and their workers who have been hit hard in those industries, who have persevered after running through loans, relief grants, and spending their savings. We've heard from many of those businesses. We're hearing them, and we're supporting them today. We're making sure that they get the support they need for the workers and the businesses. The Department of Revenue, as you've heard, will start issuing direct payments to the hard-hit businesses immediately. Quite frankly, this is resources for some of the counties who are unable to provide that immediate relief or through any other means to get into the hands of those businesses. On top of that, the Department of Employment and Economic Development will provide payment to theaters and large convention centers, as you have heard today. We've also listened to the county commissioners who have told us they know their communities very well and have learned a lot from the CARES Act resources. That's why the counties will have a major role in making sure small businesses and every businesses that were not included in the first bucket and the nonprofits who have been left out, the arts and everybody else, will get their fair share through their counties. I believe that this will be a great help to every community in the state of Minnesota. As you have seen, some of the counties will be getting even more than fair share based on per capita. We need to look into how we can support one another as one Minnesota. To be clear, this is just a bridge. There is no substitute for the size and scope that a federal aid package could deliver. Madam Speaker and members, I know we will continue to work with small businesses and workers as they persevere through this difficult time as we deal with health and economic crisis. And for thousands of workers who have lost their jobs through no fault of their own, whose benefits are about to expire by next week, the extension in this bill is a lifeline for many of them as we wait for Congress to act. This will give them hope so they can pay for their rent, for their housing, and put food at the table. However, this bill does not include those who are self-employed, who are independent contractors, who are paid through the federal program, which is going to expire by the end of this month. However, I'm truly disappointed that this bill does not include the $500 one-time payment to low-income families who are underemployed or unemployed, which this bill will have allowed for them to receive an assistance through the TANF Reserve Funds, which is meant for the same group. This will have provided much assistance to more than 31,000 Minnesotan families with over 60,000 children who receive Minnesota Family Investment Program or the Diversionary Work Program, or DWP. I'm also disappointed that the food relief program that will have provided an opportunity for the restaurants to serve 1.5 million meals to those affected by COVID-19 pandemic. It will have kept the lights on and employees will have been saved by those restaurants which will have provided meals. We know 1 in 8 Minnesotans face hunger and 1 in 5 children struggle with hunger at this time. The federal funds for this program will run out by the end of the year. Madam Speaker and members, we can do better. And yes, we should do better. We know this is not a perfect bill. It's a bridge as we wait for the Congress to act. I'm asking you to support the businesses that we've been talking about, all of us, because this is an opportunity for us to show that we can lead and what we talk about, that we are providing the assistance at this time of need. And I'm asking you to vote yes. And I'd like to thank everyone who has contributed to this bill. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker and members.
The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And first of all, let me thank Representative Mahoney, Noor, Baker, and Haley. Leadership is never easy, but you have each stepped up to the plate and gotten the job done. Because of your leadership, there's going to be many families that are going to get some assistance as a result of this bill. In addition, there's going to be some businesses, not all, but some businesses that are going to get assistance as well. So thank you. It's important for members to remember, for any of those that are still paying attention at least, that pandemics are awful. All the options are bad. There's no easy solutions at all. During a pandemic, wealth is destroyed, hospitals fill up, and the number of people dying dramatically increases. To be short, pandemics suck. That being said, I am a bit surprised by the negativity in tonight's debate from some. Good news is on the way. Yes, first of all, we're going to pass this bill tonight, and we're going to get some assistance to people that need it. Not everyone, but some. It's a step in the right direction. But more importantly than that, today, the first COVID-19 vaccinations took place in Minnesota. This is the beginning of the end of our COVID nightmare. Now, thanks to the teamwork of those in the private and public sectors, as well as the leadership of President Trump, Operation Warp Speed has delivered a COVID vaccine that is 95% effective with little or no side effects. This is a stunning accomplishment. This is one of the greatest scientific accomplishments in medical history. It's something that all of us in this holiday season can give thanks for. Now, to those members who tonight outlined their opposition to the work that Representative Mahoney, Noor, Baker, and Haley prescribed, I would just ask one question. What is your plan? What is your plan in opposition to this bill? Because it's pretty clear that the constant strategy of beating Tim Walz and the DFL over the head with a political pipe ain't working. We've done it for nine months. We've had an election, and it's clear that Governor Walz is not going to give up his power and that our friends in the DFL caucus aren't going to do it. So given that 9-month track record of failure, why on earth would we double down with the dithering and delays of avoiding any additional solutions for our businesses? Yes, the lockdowns are bad. Yes, Governor Walz's powers should be taken, emergency powers should be taken away. But no, we should not ignore today's bill and vote no on it as some sign of protest. Members, no more dithering, no more delays. Vote yes. Let's get this assistance to families and businesses, and let's get Minnesota moving again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had a 28-page closing statement that included a second retirement speech because I felt I kind of deserved it after the last month. But I'm going to toss that aside because I don't think it's needed right now. I neglected to thank my staff earlier. Anna Schlien, House Research. Marta James, House Research. Sove Beckel, fiscal staff, were side by side with us, listening and correcting the way we were wording things, pointed out places that we could have looked harder at or should have looked harder at or shouldn't have looked at. They were invaluable. And they are all nonpartisan. And I know the Republican members of the working group took advantage of them just as the same as the Democrats took advantage and used their advice. So my hat is off to those three members of the House nonpartisan staff. This bill could not have happened without them. I'm going to answer a few questions and then have a very brief closing. Representative Drazkowski asked, how could we steal money or force the Department of Revenue to collect taxes prior to getting money? That was the Senate position. I'm kind of amazed that do people think that the 8 of us on this committee have not talked to people in our district, answered emails from all corners of the state, have not heard the stories with people in tears telling us that their business has vanished? We listened to all of that. And this is the best bill we could come up with. Would we have liked it to gone through the committee process? Yes, but generally that takes 5 months. And that wouldn't have helped these businesses. Would we have liked to have a bill like this ready for the governor to announce the same day he announced the rollback? Of course we would have. That's unquestionable. But in a pandemic, you don't get months to clear legislation through a body like ours. I wish we could. I wish a pandemic moved that slow. But there are 4,000 dead Minnesotans. Can you imagine what we would be doing if 4,000 people, 4,000 construction workers died on the job site in less than 9 months? Can you imagine what we would do to cars if 4,000 people died in automobile accidents in 9 months? I could go on with those kind of examples. We would have a crisis on our hands just like we have right now. I've heard a lot of anecdotal research tonight, and I can't work on anecdotal. I can only work with the present and the data that is shown to me. There was a question about Department of Revenue's ability to decipher who and what gets money. They have a program. The simplest and fastest way to get money out is comparisons of sales and sales tax data. Otherwise, they would have to go through almost all of it by hand to pick and choose the winners and the losers. That, again, would take months. We don't have months to save as many small business as we possibly can. I would love to trust us. I don't have that luxury. I don't think we have the luxury to trust us to get something done and respond to pandemic issues immediately. I ran for this office to have the voices of 45,000 people on the east side of St. Paul heard, and they don't get that. And I understand the frustration and the anger. But I will assure you that Governor Walz has the care and the good care of the citizens of the state of Minnesota. And I hope we don't question his integrity. I hope we don't question his intent. I think everyone on this House floor has known or seen the devastation that this disease can do to people. And many, many people know and miss the people who have died. Members, would I like this bill to be larger? Would I have liked a better unemployment package? I think we all would have that worked on this working group. Do we only want to save 4, 5, 6, 8, 10,000 businesses? No, we want to save each and every one of them. But the mantra, there was 2 mantras on this bill. Speed is better than perfect, and good is better than, don't let perfect get in the way of good. Members, this is a good bill. A bill done in a very short timeline. And it helps thousands and thousands of people and thousands of businesses. I hope we light this board up with green, all green. I know that's not going to happen, but I feel no shame at all in this bill. I feel great pride. I'm leaving this august body, one of the best places in the world to work. One of the buildings that makes your heart flutter at times, especially after the remodel. And it has been a privilege and an honor. And this bill is a privilege and an honor for me to carry. Again, a green vote is requested on this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members.
The member from Chisago, Representative New.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This has been the most difficult year ever for so many businesses back in our districts. The shutdowns, the reopenings, the delayed announcements, the downright harassment and overzealous enforcement from agencies, the fines, the loss of revenue, spending tens of thousands of dollars on new safety equipment just to be shut down again, setting up curbside, purchasing PPE, all of these things have taken a toll on our businesses. And today's bill is just a small step that we can take to help them out from the harm that government has caused them this year. Frankly, it's the least that we can do for our businesses. And we get it. COVID is the reason for the shutdowns, but the way that the governor has handled these restrictions and how he has treated our businesses made the devastation infinitely worse. From the ridiculously short notice given to our bars and restaurants, to the complete lack of evidence to support shutting down establishments like gyms and theaters. We've seen it in just the past few days. We were supposed to get an announcement from the governor on Friday about whether or not he would continue this shutdown next week. Well, he didn't do it Friday, then he decided he'd do it today. Nope, couldn't do it today, now he's waiting until Wednesday. On Wednesday, we will find out if businesses are supposed to stay closed, open up 2 days later. 48 hours, that's what he's going to give them. 48 hours. Does the governor have any idea what it does to these businesses? Think about what has to happen in that time. In 48 hours, they have to call employees back. They have to set up schedules. They have to order in inventory. Who knows? They might have to purchase and install new safety equipment. We don't know what the governor's going to do and what he's going to mandate for these businesses. All of these things take time. Our businesses need as much time as possible. We've been begging for time. Employees need time to arrange their schedules. But here we are. We'll get notice on Wednesday. We'll have 48 hours. And in all this, the legislature has absolutely no role. None. We have no say in what's happening. He isn't listening to us. He isn't talking to us. He isn't working with us. He isn't giving us insight into what he thinks is coming on Wednesday. Do any of you know? Do any of you have any insight on what is coming? Please enlighten us. I would be happy to ask someone to yield if you can give us any idea of what is happening. Because our constituents are desperate for information. They are desperate to know what they are supposed to be planning for Friday. You know, there's no reason this bill had to take this long. But that's what happens when you have a governor who doesn't feel like he has to deal with the legislature. The governor knew more than a month ago that new restrictions were coming. He didn't tell any of us, of course, not until the day before, but he knew. His administration could have been reaching out to the legislators to get a relief package ready to go. He knew. He could have been working on that. He could have been prepared to help our businesses. Instead, 3 weeks ago today, the governor told the press that he was ready to call us back very next day to take up a business relief package. He told the press that he was ready to go. We didn't know anything about it. We found out about his plan, which wasn't really a plan. There was no language, we didn't have details. But that plan had been hatched in secret with the majority leader. There was no outreach to our caucus. There was no outreach to the majority or even the minority in the Senate. There was certainly no outreach to the very businesses that he shut down. This is how we're doing things now. And so we waited, and our businesses waited 3 full weeks from the day the governor said he was ready to go. He was ready to go. So I want to make sure that we give credit where it's due. Representative Baker, Representative Mahoney, you guys have done incredible work to get this pulled together. But if the governor had stepped up, if he put everyone in a virtual room, if he wanted to move this quickly, we could have done this. We could have agreed to this a week ago or more. Frankly, we could have agreed to it weeks ago had the governor been proactive and reached out to the legislature and gotten this ball rolling when he knew he was shutting things down. Thank you to Representative Baker. Because of him, our caucus was the caucus that had our foot on the gas pedal. Representative Baker led the way on this business relief package. We came out with a plan immediately. Frankly, I'm pretty sure he has not slept in 3 weeks as he's pushed this forward. Along with Representative Haley, Representative Garofalo, Nash, and I know there were others who've worked on different pieces of this. You know, we're heading into a session now where we have some major challenges to deal with. We do still have a huge budget deficit heading into the next biennium, and we have to pass a $50 billion budget. I'm not sure how we do that if we don't start working together. The governor is going to have to work with us whether he likes it or not. We have to work together. This bill is not perfect, but it's what our businesses desperately need right now. You know, we know that it's not going to prevent every business from going under, and that's really the devastating part. It's not enough. What they need is to open their doors. Again, I want to thank Representative Baker and Representative Mahoney. A lot of people played a part in getting this bill to the finish line. Our staff, Chelsea Olson, Commissioner Grove, Commissioner Daudt, Senator Pratt, Senator Champion, Representative Haley. A lot of people were involved in getting this done. A strong bipartisan team of people worked really hard in getting this done. And let's remember that as we head into this next session in January. We did really good bipartisan work here. And I would implore you, Governor, let's work together. Let's make sure we have 3 fully functioning branches of government. Let's work together so that we can work for Minnesotans. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members, for most of this debate tonight. First and foremost, I want to recognize the outstanding work of Representative Tim Mahoney, not only on this bill, the December of his legislative career, but also throughout the pandemic. This is not the first small business assistance package that we have passed. This is not the first effort on behalf of Minnesotans who need support from state government to manage through this pandemic. This is the culmination of a year's worth of work on behalf of Minnesotans who need us to act and to function and to work together. Frankly, Representative Mahoney deserves some sort of gold medal for his Senate negotiating partner, going back as far as the 2019 budget session. It is not easy to work across party lines. It is not easy to work across chambers. It is not easy to pull a bill together after months of very rancorous and sometimes ugly debate about a disease that is killing Minnesotans. This has been a very, very difficult year, and sometimes the ability to simply persevere long enough to create a good result is the highest form of leadership and service and sacrifice, and Representative Mahoney has displayed that for us many times this year. I am a little bit concerned about the way this debate has been framed. Many Minnesotans have made sacrifices this year to make sure that COVID-19 doesn't unnecessarily claim lives or damage the health of our fellow citizens. First responders, doctors, nurses, hospital administrators have been on the front lines. Restaurant owners, most of whom have understood the need to face these restrictions, have found ways to continue their operations. They have found ways to serve the public. They have found ways to stay in business, and many of them have found ways to keep people on the payroll long after it probably made economic sense for them to stop. Bar owners have done the same thing. People in business in Minnesota are often the pillars of our communities, especially in our small towns and with our local businesses. They understand the importance of serving, and they understand the importance of sacrificing. We have asked them to sacrifice more than just about any other business in the state, and what this bill represents is an understanding that their sacrifice has saved lives. Their sacrifice has saved health of Minnesotans. They have been on the front lines by making their businesses continue to operate as best they can under very difficult circumstances. The $200 million in this bill is a payment for workers on the front line, just as we have provided payment for workers who've been serving us in grocery stores, workers who've been serving us in healthcare settings and long-term care across the state. We, the legislature, too, have made significant sacrifices, not like these, the ones I've just described, but we have found a way to make this legislature function despite a pandemic. The tireless work of our front desk staff, Mike Spiker, House Research, the reviser, so many parts of our institution have made sacrifices to continue working from home, to find ways to create remote hearing spaces for us, to risk their own health to be here to serve the public through 7 special sessions after a regular legislative session that required us to do more work than we could possibly have imagined to remake this institution to continue to function and maximize public input as best we possibly can. I had a conversation just a couple of days ago with a legislator from Illinois who said that they have not been in session since May and they don't plan to go in until the pandemic is over, and they will try to pass a budget in 60 days. Other states are operating basically as usual despite significant public health risks. They haven't found a way to continue to do the public's business while maintaining a high standard of safety for the members and staff who work here. We have done that. Many, many, many Minnesotans have stepped up to do the right thing, make sacrifices, and help us all get through this pandemic. The business relief provisions in this bill are about making sure that those who have done the most receive the most support. This isn't like the PPP program that paid out millions and millions of dollars to people who don't need it and who are doing just fine. This is small business relief targeted at the smallest companies who need the most help, who've done the most to help keep us all safe. We are fortunate that that also includes, or that this bill includes, a significant and historic expansion of unemployment insurance to the Minnesotans who have lost their jobs because of the pandemic. Now, I know that you want to say that every bad thing that ever happened in this pandemic is the fault of one person. Even though 48 states are operating under these kinds of circumstances with emergency orders and emergency powers, and as Representative Garofalo said, even though the solutions are not easy, they're not obvious, and they're not going to be presented through political rhetoric in a legislative chamber. It actually takes hard work to do this. So the unemployment insurance provisions are for the people who would be losing their benefits on December 26th. It's December 14th. It's the season of Advent, of expectation. It's a season when we want to bring people together, when we want to see the best in each other, when we want to see our fellow human beings as part of a larger whole. And there is much in 2020 that might make us question whether we are, in fact, all in it together and whether we believe in that. I think during this season of the year, we have an opportunity to show that, in fact, after all the dangerous rhetoric, the dangerous actions, frivolous lawsuits, election contests, bombastic rhetoric in a campaign, all of the nonsense that has represented political activity in our system in 2020, at the end of the day, Minnesotans have a state government that can find a way to bridge differences, to help the people who are most in need, and help them get through to a time when a brighter light of a vaccine can help us all survive, and when the federal government might be able to use its tremendous powers to help us all survive. So members, let us show tonight, during this season, that the best of us can still overcome the worst of us. That every time we face a challenge, every time we face hardship, every time we face a crisis, every time we face a disaster, what's good in us is able to rise to the top, that we are able to do as best we can for the people most in need, and that what Minnesotans can expect from their state government when times are toughest are people who can come together and actually do the right thing for them, the people's government. That is our mission. Our mission tonight, members, is to vote green. I ask you to do that. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll.
Acom.
Acom, aye.
Acom, aye. Albright.
Albright, aye.
Albright, aye. Anderson.
Anderson, aye.
Anderson, aye. Backer.
Backer, aye.
Backer, aye. Bonner.
Bonner, aye.
Bonner, aye. Barr.
Barr, no.
Barr, no. Baker. Baker, aye. Becker, Finn.
Becker, Finn, aye.
Becker, Finn, aye. Bennett.
Bennett, aye.
Bennett, aye. Bernardi.
Bernardi, aye.
Bernardi, aye. Bierman.
Bierman, aye.
Bierman, aye. Bow. Bow. Brand.
Brand votes yes.
Brand, aye. Cantrell.
Cantrell, aye.
Cantrell, aye. Carlson, A.
Carlson, A, aye.
Carlson, A, aye. Carlson, L.
Carlson, L, aye.
Carlson, L, aye. Christensen.
Christensen, aye.
Christensen, aye. Claflin.
Claflin, aye.
Claflin, aye. Considine.
Considine, aye.
Considine, aye. Daniels.
Daniels, no.
Daniels, no. Daudt.
Doubt, aye.
Daudt, aye. Davids.
David's, aye.
Davids, aye. Davney.
Daphne, aye.
Davney, aye. Dean.
Dean, aye.
Dean, aye. Damath. Damath, aye. Detmer.
Detmer, aye.
Detmer, aye. Drazkowski. Drazkowski, no. Eklund.
Eklund, aye.
Eklund, aye. Edelson.
Edelson, aye.
Edelson, aye. Elkins.
Elkins, aye.
Elkins, aye. Erickson.
Erickson, aye.
Erickson, aye. Fabian.
Fabian, aye.
Fabian, aye. Fisher.
Fisher, aye.
Fisher, aye. Franzen.
Franson, aye.
Franzen, aye. Freiberg.
Freiberg, aye.
Freiberg, aye. Garofalo.
Garofalo, aye.
Garofalo, aye. Gomez.
Gomez, aye.
Gomez, aye. Green.
Green, no.
Green, no. Grossel.
Grossel, no.
Grossel, no. Grunhagen.
Representative Mahoney, we'll miss you. I'll miss you. But I'm a no.
Gruenhagen, no. Gunther.
Gunther, aye.
Gunther, aye. Haley. Haley, aye. Halverson. Halverson. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Hanson.
Hanson, aye.
Hanson, aye. Hassan.
Hassan, aye.
Hassan, aye. Hausman.
Hausman, aye.
Hausman, aye. Heinrich.
Heinrich, aye.
Heinrich, aye. Heinzman.
Heinzman, aye.
Heinzman, aye. Her.
Her, aye.
Her, aye. Hertos.
Hertos, aye.
Hertos, aye. Hornstein.
Hornstein, aye.
Hornstein, aye. Howard.
Howard, aye.
Howard, aye. Hewitt.
Hewitt, aye.
Hewitt, aye. Johnson.
Johnson, aye.
Johnson, aye. Jordan.
Jordan, aye.
Jordan, aye. Jurgens.
Jurgens, aye.
Jurgens, aye. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cleavorn.
Cleaborn, aye.
Cleavorn, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, aye.
Cagle, aye. Katiza Watun.
Katiza Watun, aye.
Katiza Watun, aye. Kosnick.
Cosmic, aye.
Kosnick, aye. Kreshaw.
Aye.
Kreshaw, aye. Kunish Podine.
Kunish Podine, aye.
Kunish Podine, aye. Lehman.
Lehman, aye.
Lehman, aye. Lee.
Lee, aye.
Lee, aye. Lesh. Excused. Liebling.
Liebling, aye.
Liebling, aye. Lean.
Lane, aye.
Lean, aye. Lilly.
Lily, aye.
Lilly, aye. Lippert.
Lippert, aye.
Lippert, aye. Listlegard.
Listlegard, aye.
Listlegard, aye. Long. Long, aye. Lucero.
Lucero, no.
Lucero, no. Lewick.
Lewick, aye.
Lewick, aye. Mahoney. Mahoney. Mann. Excused. Mariani.
Mahoney, aye.
Mahoney, aye. Mariani.
Mariani, aye.
Mariani, aye. Marquardt.
Marquardt, aye.
Marquardt, aye. Mason.
Mason, aye.
Mason, aye. McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Mecklen.
Meckland, no.
Mecklen, no. Miller. Miller, no. Moeller.
Moeller, aye.
Moeller, aye. Moran.
Moran, aye.
Moran, aye. Morrison.
Morrison, aye.
Morrison, aye. Munson.
Munson, no.
Munson, no. Murphy.
Murphy, aye.
Murphy, aye. Nash. Nash. Nelson M.
Nelson M, aye.
Nelson M, aye. Nelson N.
Nelson N, aye.
Nelson N, aye. New. New, aye. Nor.
Nor, aye.
Nor, aye. Nornis.
Nornis, aye.
Nornis, aye. Novotny.
Novotny, aye.
Novotny, aye. O'Driscoll.
O'Driscoll, aye.
O'Driscoll, aye. Olson.
Olson, aye.
Olson, aye. O'Neill.
Neal, no.
O'Neill, no. Pulowski.
Pulowski, aye.
Pulowski, aye. Purcell.
Rochelle, aye.
Purcell, aye. Petersburg.
Petersburg, aye.
Petersburg, aye. Pearson.
Pearson, aye.
Pearson, aye. Pinto. Pinto.
Pinto, aye.
Pinto, aye. Poppy.
Poppy, aye.
Poppy, aye. Poston.
Poston, aye.
Poston, aye. Pryor.
Pryor, aye.
Pryor, aye. Quam.
Quam, aye.
Quam, aye. Richardson.
Richardson, aye.
Richardson, aye. Robbins. Robbins, aye. Runbeck. Runbeck. Sandell.
Sandell, aye.
Sandell, aye. Sandsted.
Sandsted, aye.
Sandsted, aye. Sauk.
Sauk, aye.
Sauk, aye. Schumacher.
Schumacher, aye.
Schumacher, aye. Schultz.
Schultz, aye.
Schultz, aye. Scott.
Scott, aye.
Scott, aye. Stevenson. Stevenson. Sundin.
Stevenson, aye.
Stevenson, aye. Sundin.
Sundin, aye.
Sundin, aye. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Tabke.
Tabke, aye.
Tabke, aye. Tice. Tice. Torkelson.
Torkelson, aye.
Torkelson, aye. Erdahl.
Erdahl, aye.
Erdahl, aye. Vang.
Vang, aye.
Vang, aye. Vogel.
Vogel, no.
Vogel, no. Wagenius.
Wagenius, aye.
Wagenius, aye. Wozlowick.
Wozlowick, aye.
Wozlowick, aye. West.
West, aye.
West, aye. Winkler. Winkler, aye. Walgamot.
Walgamot, aye.
Walgamot, aye. Zhang Jie.
Zhang Jie, aye.
Zhang Jie, aye. Zhang Ti. Zhang Ti. Joachim.
Joachim, aye.
Joachim, aye. Speaker Hartman. Speaker Hartman, aye. Bo.
Oh, aye.
Bo, aye. Halverson.
Halverson, aye.
Halverson, aye. Nash.
Nash, no.
Nash, no. Runbeck. Runbeck. Tice. Tice, aye. Zhang Ti. Zhang Ti.
There being 117 ayes and 13 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate, Madam Speaker. This is to notify you that the Senate is about to adjourn the 7th special session sine die. Message is signed Cal R. Ludeman, Secretary of the Senate.
Motions and resolutions.
Pinto moves that the rules of the House be so far suspended so that House File Number 5 be recalled from the Committee on Ways and Means, be given its second and third readings, and be placed upon its final passage.
Member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto, to your motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The motion is to declare a real urgency that is rushing towards us in just over 2 weeks. Members, this relates to early care and learning and child care in our society. And just a reminder to all of us that this is a societal good, that it really is being addressed on the backs of parents. And we're paying a huge percentage of their income, and providers taking very, very low wages. And even during good times, this is a real squeeze with some half of our providers on public assistance. And of course, during the pandemic, this financial structure has gone from barely workable to impossible as costs have increased, lower revenues, et cetera. This is why our state and federal governments have been providing support to providers, and members, in just over 2 weeks, that support drops to zero. And so what happens then if we do not declare this urgency, do not move forward on this? Well, that's when we start to lose providers. 1/3 have said that they can't survive a closure of more than 2 weeks. And then when we lose providers, members, we lose essential workers. And that gets to the other half of the urgency that we face, which is hundreds of low-income workers who are on a waiting list for childcare. These are folks who are working in jobs. And if you are unemployed right now and you have a low income, the odds are really good you are performing an essential service for the rest of us. You're in a grocery store, gas station, long-term care, hospitals, healthcare workers, and more than 80% of these are essential workers. And if they're doing those jobs, the rest of us need them on the job for our benefit, not on the waiting list. And again, the urgency is that January is when the counties get the funding to pay for this care, and now is the time to act. Members, the motion is to declare an urgency to bring up House File 5, which addresses both halves of the emergency that I have just identified. Continuing support for providers that have been keeping the sector afloat for a number of months now, continuing that in a smooth and seamless way, and temporarily eliminating the waiting list for child care assistance for the lowest income workers. Members, I want to emphasize this language has been vetted and is ready. We had 2 hearings last week, including a terrific one on Friday with testifiers from Wilmer and Little Falls, Rochester, the metro area. And put simply, if we do not act before December 31, we are at great risk of losing our child care sector and then losing whole swaths of our essential workforce. It is critical that we move on this. And members, I ask for your support to declare an urgency on this matter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Discussion to the motion. The member from Hennepin, Representative Pryor.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to briefly address and reiterate a couple of the points that we just heard from Representative Pinto. We know that this is essential to local economies. We know this is essential to our most vulnerable families, the stable child care. And Representative Pinto clearly, and Chair Pinto clearly laid out that need. I just want to bring real briefly to mind the children that are caught in this struggle right now, to make ends meet for these child care providers, to make ends meet for these parents. These children are being passed. If they don't have a stable, safe child care, they're being shuffled around, passed from family to family. Grandparents, and they're worried about, are we passing the virus as we leave our child, our little baby, here with these parents that are vulnerable right now? So this is a situation that we have right now. We have children that are at risk of losing their stable, safe providers, our childcare providers that are sacrificing so much to keep their doors open during a pandemic. And without this funding that we're talking about right now, both for the parents' side and the funding that goes to the providers. And we can look back and we can see what happens to these children when the rug's pulled out from them, when they lose their stable, safe childcare situations. And we say, you know, you can say their behaviors that are a result of this instability in their lives. We can look at those behaviors and say, well, what's wrong with you? But we know really the question is, what happened to you? What happened to you in the pandemic? So that's what I want you to think about, members. When you think about this bill, think about the children that we're helping. We're helping them find stable, safe, quality care. We want to continue that to the end of the pandemic, which is just around the corner. So let's do it. Please vote yes.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Katiza-Watun.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, almost 2 years ago, I had the honor to introduce the Great Start for All Minnesota Children Act, House File 1. As Chair Pinto mentioned, we've known for a long time that the economics of early care and learning just don't add up. This year, our collective experience throughout COVID-19 has made all too clear that childcare is the backbone of our entire economy. While we were unable to make the down payment on the future of our state we had hoped for in the last biennium, we have the opportunity now to support approximately 575 families in need and allow our critical childcare businesses to access this additional funding. There has never been a more pivotal time to invest in the children and families of Minnesota, and this bill does that in two parts. Direct assistance to these families and to our childcare professionals who have stepped up to care for the children of frontline workers so they can continue caring for all of us. While we have been able to serve the over 8,300 childcare programs who applied and were qualified thus far, due to high demand and limited funds, this month's payments will be reduced and no other funds will be available after the end of December, as Chair Pinto mentioned. So please support this bipartisan motion to support childcare providers and families in your district and all across the state. Thank you.
Discussion to the motion. The member from Chisago, Representative New.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is a little odd, I'll be honest. This is news to us, a surprise that this bill is coming forward. I should pull out my text messages just for funsies. You can imagine my surprise when the last conversations I had on this bill, and I've actually had pretty extensive conversations about this. Last night, I was contacted by a member of the DFL asking if we were open to talk about this bill. My response, absolutely, just let me know. If everybody's willing to talk, I am happy to participate. I'll make myself available. That's the communication I gave. I was available all day today. I didn't get word about this. And here we are bringing up a bill at 11:30 at night that has not been agreed to. The Senate has gone sine-die. Like, this is silliness. This is absurd. If the House Democrats really wanted to get this done, I would have gotten a phone call today. Surely someone would have talked to me and said, hey, let's make this happen. Crickets. Crickets. What are we doing? We're playing games. This is silliness. Members, I would certainly encourage you to vote no. I would also remind everybody that we just passed a business relief package. And frankly, these providers, if they meet the requirements that other businesses make, they qualify for the business relief package. This is nonsense. Members, I would encourage you to vote no.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Bonner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll try to be brief. You know, I think we talk about a little bit tonight about sacrifice and what that means.
And we sometimes forget that the folks who are on the front lines caring for our most precious resource, our children, often do so for very little pay, and they do so because they love the work. They make the ultimate sacrifice for folks who are down working at the Mayo, folks on the front lines during the pandemic, who are doing their best to get to work, to do the work for the state, and care for their children. We heard from providers recently who said that they have folks that they know of who have multiple child care centers and they're struggling to keep afloat. Some that aren't sure if they can keep their doors open much longer. One child care provider said she has 4 centers, 50 employees. They serve over 100 local businesses, most of those essential workers. And she knows of companies who are actually using their credit cards to help pay the bills. These are folks who are desperately in need of aid. And so, yes, we are absolutely here today to talk about the need for why we must do something to help our child care providers. I urge you members to think that over for a moment, and please vote yes.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Chair Pinto yield to a question?
Yes. Representative Pinto will yield. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Chair Pinto. Quick question for you. You're declaring an urgency after the Senate has gone sine die. What is the pathway forward for this bill if it were to pass off the floor this evening?
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nash, thank you for the question. Representative Nash, what I would expect is that I trust that there's strong support for action to make sure that we don't have this collapse of our child care sector in January. And I do just want to emphasize that if that happens, presumably we'll be acting at that point and spending more and having a much bigger mess. And so I would expect there'd be a strong bipartisan vote, both to have the urgency declared and then to pass House File 5. And we have a lot of supportive comments and since last week. And then as you note, the other body has failed to act. The fact that the Senate hasn't done its job, of course, should not stop us from doing ours. What I would expect would happen then in this year and at this point is that in recognition of the December 31 deadline, I would certainly hope and expect that at that point the Senate would recognize what's going on and perhaps the governor calls us back in at that point. But we know that we have to act before December 31. And so let's move on this and then and have the Senate finally understand and have us all understand that we need to act before we lose our child care providers.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Pinto and for the dozens of other legislators that are texting me the answer, I already knew the answer. The simple fact of the matter is this bill goes nowhere because the Senate has already adjourned sine die, and this is just a demonstration that will go nowhere. Certainly, we all are concerned about these things. You heard from Representative New that she was available and ready to roll her sleeves up and was probably available. I think she gets up pretty early and would have been more than happy to participate, as would any member of our caucus. But at 11:30 something, we're now picking up a bill after the Senate has sent a message that they have gone sine die. And Representative Pinto, I thought better that this would have been something that would have been taken more seriously, and a message would have been sent to the daycare providers and the care providers that we're doing serious work as opposed to capricious work. So members, please don't rush towards this with open arms thinking that we're actually going to be able to do something. Sadly, because the DFL has failed to act in a timely manner, and to make this something that both sides of the aisle could work on, and we could maybe convince the Senate to also work on this, that nothing's going to happen. So for those watching at home, this is pure theater by Chair Pinto. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Discussion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no.
No.
Not having heard 90 votes, the motion does not prevail.
Howard moves that the rules of the House be so far suspended so that Senate File Number 7 be recalled from the Committee on Ways and Means, be given its second and third readings, and be placed upon its final passage.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam. This motion brings before the body an urgency to pass housing assistance, and this is of urgent need. For the last several months, Governor Walz has utilized $100 million in housing assistance to help keep both landlords and Minnesotans afloat, and the need has been immense. And given the discussion we just had on the business relief and unemployment extension, I am quite certain this will garner support on a bipartisan basis, because housing assistance accomplishes both of those same goals. It provides needed relief to our small businesses and our landlords, especially our mom and pop landlords, while also providing resources to workers who have been hurt economically by this pandemic. An investment of $50 million will help us ensure that homeowners, renters, and landlords can cover their payments at the start of this new year. I mentioned the $100 million in housing assistance. That ends on December 31st. It is gone. And just to give you a sense of the need, members, this COVID housing assistance program was set up in August. And in 105 days, $100 million of housing assistance were delivered across the state, almost $1 million per day, benefiting more than 30,000 Minnesotans and landlords, utilized in all 87 counties, 53% in the metro area and 47% in greater Minnesota. With $1 million a day in need, that need isn't going away on December 31st, but these dollars are, and so we need to act. The cost of inaction is incredibly dire. A report by Johns Hopkins School of Public Health studied states that had eviction moratoriums and lifted them without proper supports, and it showed an excess of over 400,000 COVID cases and 10,000 deaths. Public health and housing security are linked, and we need to show Minnesotans where we stand. And, you know, we just had another motion, and I'm sure that Representative New will stand up or Representative Nash will mention the Senate. You know, just because the Senate Republicans decided to play Scrooge this Christmas and go home doesn't mean the Minnesota House has to follow along. We can stand up and do what's right for the thousands of hardworking Minnesotans who are in desperate need. We should show Minnesotans where we stand and build the kind of support, bipartisan support, we need to keep fighting into January for Minnesotans. Members, it strikes me that as we debate this motion, many of us are participating in the debate from the comfort of our own homes. All of us deserve that security, that safety, that peace of mind. And so before you vote, I would just ask you to think about the Minnesotans that do not have that security. Families that are probably deciding to skim back on their Christmas presents because they're not sure if they're going to have the money to make their rent in January. Those kinds of conversations are happening all across the state. And so from the comfort of our homes, I ask that you join me in helping Minnesotans afford to stay in theirs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member from Ramsey, Representative Hausman. The member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Madam Speaker, members, I rise in support of this motion, and I can only assume that there may be a similarity in the situation with the child care motion that came up. In my experience, and contrary to the statements of Leader New, in fact, this is an area where in that issue, I had certainly reached out repeatedly to the minority and certainly to the Senate majority as well, and had great difficulty getting any response, including this afternoon when I asked the House minority if there was any chance of interest and any opportunity to work together on this, as I had done repeatedly, repeated messages with really no response other than in one instance. I'm looking at the text chain right now. So I assume this is a similar situation on this particular motion that the minority has failed to come along and failed to participate and have discussions, and perhaps will claim that in fact it's the other way around, which I find really disappointing. Members, I hope that we can certainly act on this critical need for which there is such urgency. I would urge members to support this motion. Thank you.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Hausman. The member from Hennepin, Representative Gomez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I have to say, it's been a little frustrating to hear some of the conversations that we're having during this time. The fact is that most of us in this body are completely insulated from the economic realities that working people in our communities are facing right now. All of us are impacted by the pandemic. We use Zoom to do a lot of our work, which is kind of a pain. Many of us are balancing caring for babies while childcare is limited, or we have our kids doing distance learning, and it's hard to balance everything. A lot of our businesses have suffered and have lost revenue, lost support for our families. It's hard not to see loved ones and to gather, and it's hard for our kids to be missing cherished activities and milestones that we enjoyed. The impacts of loneliness are real and are not to be diminished. COVID is impacting us all. But do any of us in this body have an eviction hanging over our head? Have any of us joined the tens of thousands of Minnesotans who have sat in lines to get emergency food assistance? Are any of us facing our unemployment running out on December 27th? Have any of us had to make the difficult choice between exposing ourselves to a deadly virus and putting food on the table for our family? All of us in this room have a paycheck coming in right now. In fact, some in this chamber are even making money on investments in a stock market that's being artificially propped up by public dollars and falsely held up by some as an indication of the health of our economy. And some in this body are even benefiting from the type of government support for our small businesses that they themselves have voted against for their fellow Minnesotans who own businesses. And even in light of more than 100,000 Minnesotans on the verge of losing their final lifeline, unemployment, Representatives Mahoney and Noor had to fight for it. Emergency food assistance, emergency rental assistance, childcare assistance. These are the basic things that we're fighting for right now. In the richest country in the world, while billionaires in our country have extracted $1 trillion in wealth since the beginning of the pandemic. So maybe I shouldn't be surprised that people in this chamber and the chamber across the hall who put the interests of the wealthy and corporations above the legitimate and urgent needs of Minnesotans who are struggling, like I shouldn't be surprised, but I am. Because I don't actually believe that anyone in this work actively wants Minnesotans to suffer. And because I believe in our capacity not to operate and legislate from narrow self-interest or grievance, but from an expansive place of empathy and compassion, I believe we can do better. Right now, as we speak, across the state of Minnesota, there are more than 2,500 people experiencing homelessness who are elderly or otherwise medically vulnerable and susceptible to COVID complications, who are being housed in safe isolation units that are funded by CARES Act dollars. This funding runs out just a couple days after Christmas. When I drive home tonight to sleep in my warm bed, in my warm house, I'll drive by Martin Luther King Jr. Park on 40th and Nicollet in South Minneapolis, where there are still people sleeping in tents, even in the 10-degree weather, mostly Black and Indigenous Minnesotans who disproportionately experience unsheltered homelessness when compared to white Minnesotans. These folks aren't part of the 2,500 people we're keeping safe during this extraordinary crisis, but there's nowhere for those 2,500 to go. There's no shelter capacity for them. We have no place for people to go other than a park in the middle of the winter. To continue to house these human beings, these people who are precious and valuable, all of whom are someone's child, someone's loved one, to house them through the coldest part of the Minnesota winter, from Christmas through the end of February, will cost $9 million. $9 million out of a $48.3 billion budget. We were told earlier about how important it is to always consider how we will pay for it. And we hear this a lot. How will you pay for it? Curiously, though, we're only asked to think about how we'll pay for things that benefit working people or those in our communities going through a hard time, people who are suffering. We are never asked to consider how we'll pay for the many giveaways to big business and the rich that litter our statutes and especially our tax code. Interestingly, I've never heard anyone ask how we'll pay for the $2 million that subsidize the purchase of gold bullion, or the $14 million we spend subsidizing stadium suites, or the $32 million that we spend each biennium to subsidize private golf courses, ski resorts, and archery and gun ranges. But the Senate said no to $9 million to house our elderly and medically vulnerable neighbors from Christmas through the end of February. I don't speak a ton on the floor. I think this is maybe like the third time that I've risen to address the entire body during this term. And each time I have appealed to you to see the humanity in the people we work for, but whose experience differs from ours or from yours. Previously, we were talking about undocumented immigrants or business owners in Minneapolis and St. Paul who are impacted. And now we're talking about medically vulnerable people who are experiencing homelessness in our communities. So many of the problems in our world and so many of the frustrations of this place for me, I believe can be boiled down to a failure of our compassionate imagination. It's hard sometimes for us to put ourselves in another person's shoes, but that's precisely the compassion and care that all of our religious and ethical systems call us to. And it's the compassion and care that this moment calls us to. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House be allowed to meet past midnight.
Representative Winkler moves that the House be allowed to meet past midnight. Representative New.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would encourage members to support the motion.
Any discussion to the motion? All those in favor? Anybody asking for a roll call on the motion? No.
Oh,
All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no.
Aye.
No.
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 No. No. No.
No.
No.
No.
No.
No.
No.
The clerk will close the roll.
Madam Speaker, do I have to ask for division?
I'm sorry, I can't identify your voice, but whoever you are, division is not in order.
No. No, Lucero.
The only way to determine whether the motion has prevailed or not is for there to be a roll call. And on the basis of the oral responses I have heard, I have no idea whether the body would like this motion to prevail. Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, on my motion to allow the House to meet past midnight, I request a roll call.
Are there 15 hands? There's only 9 hands in the chamber, so if you would like to raise your hand, please send an email to hands@house.mn.
You getting anything?
Did we get 6 yet?
1, 2.
That's not helpful.
Got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the motion of whether the House should be allowed to meet past midnight.
Clerk will take the roll.
The clerk will take the roll.
Acom.
Acom, aye.
Acom, aye. Albright.
Albright, aye.
Albright, aye. Anderson.
Anderson, aye.
Anderson, aye. Backer.
Backer, no.
Backer, no. Bonner.
Bonner, aye.
Bonner, aye. Barr. Barr. Baker.
Barr, aye.
Barr, aye. Baker. Baker, aye. Becker, Finn. Becker, Finn. Bennett.
Becker, Finn, aye.
Becker, Finn, aye. Bennett. Bennett. Bernardi.
Bernardi, aye.
Bernardi, aye. Bierman.
Bierman, aye.
Bierman, aye. Bow.
Bo, no.
Bow, no. Brand.
Brand votes yes.
Brand, aye. Cantrell.
Cantrell, aye.
Cantrell, aye. Carlson, A. Carlson, A. Carlson, L.
Carlson, aye.
Carlson, L.
Carlson, L, aye.
Carlson, L, aye. Christensen.
Christensen, aye.
Christensen, aye. Claflin.
Claflin, aye.
Claflin, aye. Considine.
Considine, aye.
Considine, aye. Daniels.
Daniels, no.
Daniels, no. Daudt.
Doubt, aye.
Daudt, aye. Davids.
David's aye.
Davids, aye. Davney.
Davney, aye.
Davney, aye. Dean.
Dean, aye.
Dean, aye. Damath. Damath, aye. Detmer.
Detmer, aye.
Detmer, aye. Drazkowski. Drazkowski, aye. Eklund.
Eklund, aye.
Eklund, aye. Edelson.
Edelson, aye.
Edelson, aye. Elkins.
Elkins, aye.
Elkins, aye. Erickson.
Erickson, aye.
Erickson, aye. Fabian. Fabian.
Fabian,
Aye.
Fabian, I. Fisher.
Fisher, aye.
Fisher, I. Franzen.
Franson, no.
Franzen, no. Freiberg.
Freiberg, aye.
Freiberg, I. Garofalo.
Garofalo, no.
Garofalo, no. Gomez. Gomez. Green.
Green, aye.
Green, aye. Grossel.
Grossel, aye.
Grossel, aye. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, aye.
Gruenhagen, aye. Gunther.
Gunther, aye.
Gunther, aye. Haley. Haley, aye. Halverson. Halverson. Hamilton.
Hamilton, no.
Hamilton, no. Hanson.
Hanson, aye.
Hanson, aye. Hassan.
Hassan, aye.
Hassan, aye. Hausman. Hausman. Heinrich.
Heinrich, aye.
Heinrich, aye. Heinzman.
Heinzman, aye.
Heinzman, aye. Her.
Her, aye.
Her, aye. Hertas.
Hertas, aye.
Hertas, aye. Hornstein.
Ornstein, aye.
Hornstein, aye. Howard.
Howard, aye.
Howard, aye. Hewitt.
Hewitt, aye.
Hewitt, aye. Johnson.
Johnson, aye.
Johnson, aye. Jordan.
Jordan, aye.
Jordan, aye. Jurgens.
Jurgens, aye.
Jurgens, aye. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cleavorn.
Cleavorn, aye.
Cleavorn, aye. Cagle. Cagle. Katiza Watun.
Katiza Watun, no.
Katiza Watun, no. Kosnick.
Cosmic, aye.
Kosnick, aye. Krisha.
Priska, no.
Krisha, no. Kunish Podine.
Kunish Podine, aye.
Kunish Podine, aye. Lehman. Lehman. Lee.
Lee, aye.
Lee, aye. Lesh. Excused. Liebling.
Liebling, no.
Liebling, no. Lean.
Lane, aye.
Lean, aye. Lilly.
Lily, aye.
Lilly, aye. Lippert.
Lippert, no.
Lippert, no. Listlegard.
Listlegard, aye.
Listlegard, aye. Long. Long, aye. Lucero.
Lucero, yes.
Lucero, aye. Lewick.
Lewick, aye.
Lewick, aye. Mahoney.
Aye.
Mahoney, aye. Mann. Excused. Mariani.
Mariani, aye.
Mariani, aye. Marquardt.
Markward, aye.
Marquardt, aye. Mason.
Mason, aye.
Mason, aye. McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Mecklin.
Meckland, aye.
Mecklin, aye. Miller. Miller, aye. Moeller.
Moeller, aye.
Moeller, aye. Moran.
Moran, aye.
Moran, aye. Morrison.
Morrison, aye.
Morrison, aye. Munson.
Munson, aye.
Munson, aye. Murphy. Murphy. Nash.
Nash, aye.
Nash, aye. Nelson, M.
Nelson, M, aye.
Nelson, M, aye. Nelson, N.
Nelson N, aye.
Nelson, N, aye. New. New, aye. Noor.
Nor, aye.
Noor, aye. Nornis.
Nornis, aye.
Nornis, aye. Novotny.
Novotny, aye.
Novotny, aye. O'Driscoll.
O'Driscoll, no.
O'Driscoll, no. Olson.
Olson, aye.
Olson, aye. O'Neill.
O'Neill, aye.
O'Neill, aye. Pulowski.
Pulowski, no.
Pulowski, no. Purcell.
Purcell, aye.
Purcell, aye. Petersburg.
Petersburg, aye.
Petersburg, aye. Pearson.
Aye.
Pearson, aye. Pinto. Pinto. Poppy.
Pinto.
Poppy.
Poppy, no.
Poppy, no. Poston.
Poston, aye.
Poston, aye. Pryor. Pryor.
What are we voting on? What are we?
Pryor. Quam.
Aye.
Pryor, aye. Quam.
Quam, aye.
Quam, aye. Richardson.
Richardson, aye.
Richardson, aye. Robbins. Robbins, aye. Runbeck. Runbeck. Sandell.
Sandell, aye.
Sandell, aye. Sandsted.
Sandsted, no.
Sandsted, no. Sauk. Sauk. Schumacher.
Schumacher, no.
Schumacher, no. Schultz.
Schultz, no.
Schultz, no. Scott.
Scott, aye.
Scott, aye. Stevenson.
Stevenson, no.
Stevenson, no. Sundin.
Sundin, no.
Sundin, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Tabke. Tabke.
Temke, aye.
Tabke, aye. Tice. Tice, no. Torkelson.
Torkelson, no.
Torkelson, no. Erdahl.
Erdahl, aye.
Erdahl, aye. Vang.
Bang, aye.
Vang, aye. Vogel.
Vogel, no.
Vogel, no. Wagenius.
Wagenius, no.
Wagenius, no. Wozlowick.
Oswick, yes.
Wozlowick, aye. West.
West, aye.
West, aye. Winkler. Winkler, aye. Wolgamott.
Wolgamott, aye.
Wolgamott, aye. Zhang J.
Joan J, aye.
Zhang J, aye. Zhang T.
Zhang T, aye.
Zhang T, aye. Joachim.
Joachim, aye.
Joachim, aye. Speaker Hartman. Speaker Hartman, no. Bennett.
Bennett, aye.
Bennett, aye. Carlson, A. Carlson, A. Gomez.
Gomez, no.
Gomez, no. Halverson.
Halverson, aye.
Halverson, aye. Hausman. Hausman. Cagle.
Cagle, aye.
Cagle, aye. Lehman. Lehman. Murphy.
Murphy, no.
Murphy, no. Pinto.
Pinto, aye.
Pinto, aye. Runbeck. Runbeck. Sauk. Sauk.
The motion prevails. The House shall be permitted to meet past midnight. We are on a motion of, I can't remember whose motion it was, Representative Howard, to declare an urgency relating to House File 7. Discussion to the motion. Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, members, to the Howard motion, I hope we can move quickly to a vote, and I hope that we can move quickly to a vote on the final item of business before us tonight related to the emergency powers The debate has been extensive today, and it is time for us to wrap up and give our staff a time to go home and have our members return home safely tonight. We do not need to continue this unnecessarily. I'd ask for a yes vote on the Howard motion and then finish the work for the night.
Any further discussion on the Howard motion? Representative New.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is another odd one. This is being brought up at, well, not even the 11th hour now. We're past midnight. I checked my communications on this. I was working on this bill a little bit early last week. The last communication I had from the House DFL on this bill was on Wednesday. Wednesday! We haven't heard a thing on this bill since Wednesday. And now we want to vote on it at midnight? Well, there are certainly problems with this bill. There's no measures to detect fraud. There's no sunset. Not to mention that it's appropriating $50 million with no conversations with the other body, with both parties in the House. I think there are plenty of problems with the bill, but I think it's reasonable to give the DFL their vote on this. So members, I would suggest a yes vote and I would request a roll call.
Representative New requests a roll call. I already identified there are not 15 members in the chamber, so we will go to hands at House.mn for those who would like a roll call on this vote. And members, you have 60 seconds to send your email to hands at House.mn for it to count. Roll call having been requested, there being 15 hands, a roll call will be taken. Any further debate on the Howard motion?
Madam Speaker.
Representative Howard.
Madam Speaker, I would just encourage a yes vote so that we can show where the House stands on this issue and would hope that folks would support our landlords and renters and vote yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Seeing no further debate, the clerk will take the roll on the Howard motion to declare an urgency.
Acom.
Acom, aye.
Acom, aye. Albright.
Albright, aye.
Albright, aye. Anderson.
Anderson, aye.
Anderson, aye. Backer.
Backer, aye.
Backer, aye. Bonner.
Bonner, aye.
Bonner, aye. Barr.
Barr, no.
Barr, no. Baker. Baker, aye. Becker, Finn.
Becker, Finn, aye.
Becker, Finn, aye. Bennett.
Bennett, aye.
Bennett, aye. Bernardi.
Bernardi, aye.
Bernardi, aye. Bierman.
Bierman, aye.
Bierman, aye. Bow.
Bow, aye.
Bow, aye. Brand.
Brand votes yes.
Brand, aye. Cantrell.
Cantrell, aye.
Cantrell, aye. Carlson, A.
Carlson, A, aye.
Carlson, A, aye. Carlson, L.
Carlson, L, aye.
Carlson, L, aye. Christensen.
Christensen, aye.
Christensen, aye. Claflin.
Claflin, aye.
Claflin, aye. Considine.
Considine, aye.
Considine, aye. Daniels.
Daniels, aye.
Daniels, aye. Daudt.
Daudt, aye.
Daudt, aye. Davids.
David's, aye.
Davids, aye. Davney.
Dabney, aye.
Davney, aye. Dean.
Dean, aye.
Dean, aye. Damath. Demuth, aye. Detmer.
Detmer, aye.
Detmer, aye. Drazkowski. Drazkowski, no. Eklund.
Eklund, aye.
Eklund, aye. Edelson.
Edelson, aye.
Edelson, aye. Elkins.
Elkins, aye.
Elkins, aye. Erickson.
Erickson, aye.
Erickson, aye. Fabian.
Fabian, no.
Fabian, no. Fisher.
Fisher, aye.
Fisher, aye. Franzen.
Franson, no.
Franzen, no. Freiberg.
Freiberg, aye.
Freiberg, aye. Garofalo.
Garofalo, no.
Garofalo, no. Gomez.
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 Gomez, aye.
Gomez, aye. Green.
Green, no.
Green, no. Grossel.
Grossel, no.
Grossel, no. Grunhagen.
Grunegan, no.
Grunhagen, no. Gunther.
Gunther, yes.
Gunther, aye. Haley. Haley, aye. Halverson. Halverson.
Halverson, aye.
Halverson, aye. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Hanson.
Hanson, aye.
Hanson, aye. Hassan.
Hassan, aye.
Hassan, aye. Hausman. Hausman. Heinrich.
Heinrich, no.
Heinrich, no. Heinzman. Heinzman. Her.
Her, aye.
Her, aye. Hertas.
Hertas, aye.
Hertas, aye. Hornstein.
Ornstein, aye.
Hornstein, aye. Howard.
Howard, aye.
Howard, aye. Hewitt.
Hewitt, aye.
Hewitt, aye. Johnson. Johnson.
Johnson, aye.
Johnson, aye. Jordan.
Jordan, aye.
Jordan, aye. Jurgens.
Jurgens, aye.
Jurgens, aye. Keel.
Keel, no.
Keel, no. Cleavorn.
Cleaborn, aye.
Cleavorn, aye. Cagle.
Kegel, aye.
Cagle, aye. Katiza Watun.
Watun, aye.
Katiza Watun, aye. Kosnick.
Kosnick. No.
Kosnick, no. Kreshaw.
No.
Kreshaw, no. Kunish Podine.
Kunish Podine, aye.
Kunish Podine, aye. Lehman. Lehman. Lee.
Lee, aye.
Lee, aye. Lesh. Excused. Liebling. Liebling.
Liebling, aye.
Liebling, aye. Lean.
Lane, aye.
Lean, aye. Lilly.
Lily, aye.
Lilly, aye. Lippert.
Lippert, aye.
Lippert, aye. Lislegard.
Listlegard, aye.
Lislegard, aye. Long. Long, aye. Lucero.
Lucero, yes.
Lucero, aye. Lewick.
Lewick, aye.
Lewick, aye. Mahoney.
Mahoney, aye.
Mahoney, aye. Mann. Excused. Mariani.
Mariani, aye.
Mariani, aye. Marquardt.
Marquardt, aye.
Marquardt, aye. Mason.
Mason, aye.
Mason, aye. McDonald.
Nay. McDonald, nay.
McDonald, no. Mecklin.
Mecklin, no.
Mecklin, no. Miller. Miller, aye. Moeller.
Moeller, aye.
Moeller, aye. Moran.
Moran, aye.
Moran, aye. Morrison.
Morrison, aye.
Morrison, aye. Munson.
Munson, no.
Munson, no. Murphy.
Murphy, aye.
Murphy, I. Nash.
Nash, no.
Nash, no. Nelson, M.
Nelson M. I.
Nelson, M. I. Nelson, N.
Nelson and I.
Nelson, N. I. New. New, I. Nor.
Nor I.
Nor, I. Nornis.
Nornis, I.
Nornis, I. Novotny.
Novotny, I.
Novotny, I. O'Driscoll.
O'Driscoll, I.
O'Driscoll, I. Olson.
Olson, aye.
Olson, I. O'Neill.
O'Neill, no.
O'Neill, no. Pulowski.
Pulowski, I.
Pulowski, I. Purcell.
Purcell, I.
Purcell, I. Petersburg.
Petersburg, I.
Petersburg, I. Pearson.
I.
Pearson, I. Pinto.
Pinto, I.
Pinto, I. Poppy.
Poppy, aye.
Poppy, I. Poston.
Poston, no.
Poston, no. Pryor.
Pryor, aye.
Pryor, I. Quam.
no.
Quam, no. Richardson.
Richardson, aye.
Richardson, I. Robbins. Robbins, no. Runbeck.
Runback, no.
Runbeck, no. Sandell.
Sandell, I.
Sandell, I. Sandsted.
Sandsted, aye.
Sandsted, I. Sauk. Sauk. Schumacher.
Schumacher, I.
Schumacher, I. Schultz.
Schultz, aye.
Schultz, I. Scott.
Scott, no.
Scott, no. Stevenson.
Stevenson, aye.
Stevenson, I. Sundin. Sundin. Swazin.
I.
Sundin, I. Swazinski.
Swazinski, no.
Swazinski, no. Tabke.
Tabke, aye.
Tabke, I. Tice. Tice. Torkelson.
Torkelson, no.
Torkelson, no. Erdahl.
All, aye.
Erdahl, I. Vang. Vang.
aye.
Vang, I. Vogel.
Vogel, no.
Vogel, no. Wagenius.
Wagenius, aye.
Wagenius, I. Wozlowick.
Wozlowick, aye.
Wozlowick, I. West.
West, no.
West, no. Winkler. Winkler, I. Walgamot.
Walgamot, I.
Walgamot, I. Zhang Jie.
Xiong J, I.
Zhang Jie, I. Zhang Ti.
Young T, aye.
Zhang Ti, I. Joachim.
Joachim, aye.
Joachim, I. Speaker Hartman. Speaker Hartman, I. Hausman. Hausman. Heinzman.
Heinzman, no.
Heinzman.
Heinzman, no.
Heinzman, no. Lehman. Lehman. Sauk. Sauk. Tice. Tice. Tice, no.
There being 101 ayes and 28 nays, the motion prevails. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the body for that bipartisan show of support. But with the Senate having gone home, I will withdraw my motion.
Representative Howard withdraws his motion. There's a motion at the desk. The clerk will report the motion.
House concurrent Daudt is introducing House concurrent resolution number 1, a House concurrent resolution relating to Minnesota's peacetime emergency. New moves that the rules be so far suspended that House concurrent resolution number 1 be now considered and placed upon its adoption.
The member from Chisago, Representative New.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. So today is officially the 8th time we are meeting for exactly one purpose. Today, fortunately, we combine that with another purpose, helping to put a Band-Aid on the artery that is bleeding for our businesses. But we're meeting for the 8th time today to discuss the governor's emergency powers. We are officially in the longest peacetime emergency in our state's history. And Governor Walz continues to refuse to work with the legislature. Frankly, that is evidenced by the bills that were just brought up. I was working on those bills, and like I said, the last bill that was brought up, no one's contacted me since Wednesday. Clearly, there was not a whole lot of interest in actually working with the legislature to get something done on this stuff. So the governor shut down businesses on November 18th, and he had no plan. He had done nothing to consult with the legislature, nothing to consult with the businesses that he was shutting down. Nothing. There was no plan. He just unilaterally made his own decisions without involving anyone to make sure that we were doing the right thing for Minnesotans. And then again, 3 weeks ago today, on November 23rd, the governor stood at a podium and he told all Minnesota businesses that he was ready. He was ready to call the legislature back the very next day to pass the relief package. That's what we were told. That's what he stood and told the press. And I'll be honest, Republicans were a little taken aback by this. Nobody had talked to us. Nobody had talked to the Senate GOP majority. If he was ready to call us back to pass legislation, don't you think maybe he should have picked up the phone? Maybe we should have heard about this before he said it from the podium. He was ready. Call us back the next day. Like, come on. It's just nonsense. This is such silliness. And of course, the next day we find out that the package that he was ready to pass was something that he and Majority Winkler had cooked up over the weekend. They didn't call Representative Baker, who had been working on this and actually had a plan. He didn't call Leader Daudt. He didn't call Leader Gazelka. It's nonsense. It's one person making decisions with no input from the people that he is affecting with every single decision. If the governor was forced to work with the legislature instead of doing everything on his own, do you think maybe we could have moved on this stuff? I guarantee that if the legislature was involved in the decisions, and frankly, I will tell you honestly, we're not given all of the information as a legislature. We don't know. We don't have all the data. We have some data. We know that movie theaters have been closed, and not a single outbreak in the entire country has happened in a movie theater. But movie theaters are closed. We have that much data. Like, this is such nonsense. But you know what? Maybe the data shows that some of this stuff that he's doing really does need to happen. We don't really know because he's not giving us the data. We don't really know. But what we do know is the way these things are happening is absolutely not okay. It is not the right thing to do. If we were together making the decisions that we had to make to keep Minnesotans safe, you better believe that the legislature would also be making decisions to protect our businesses, to protect the employees who are losing jobs because our businesses are shut down. If we didn't have one person making these decisions, we'd be thinking these things through a little more thoroughly. Ending the peacetime emergencies does not mean we end our response to the pandemic. Of course, we'll hear that lot, so, we're so irresponsible. We're not ending the response to the pandemic. We are ending one person's rule over that response. The legislature and the governor can work together to make sure our hospitals and healthcare workers have the resources they need to keep Minnesotans safe. We've done it. We've done it all the way along. Legislators are ready to work with the governor, and the governor should be prepared to work with the legislature. If we end the emergency powers, it'll force us to work closer together on these decisions, something that we've done incredibly well during this pandemic. Not only in the beginning of the pandemic, when we provided a lot of emergency relief and a lot of funding to make sure that our state was prepared, and we have been. We have been prepared. We don't have folks who haven't been able to get a ventilator if they need one. We have been able to take care of the people who needed to be taken care of. And certainly we've shown just this week, over the past few weeks, that we can do this. Tonight we passed a bill with amazing bipartisan effort by a team that was committed to working together to make sure that we were taking care of our small businesses and the people they usually employ, but have been forced to lay off because of this governor's shutdowns. But instead of working with us to come up with a business relief plan to figure out how to best protect Minnesota, he announces just sweeping mandates with just a few days' notice. This is not how we should be operating. How the governor has handled our businesses is a disgrace. Unfortunately, we all know that the Democrats in the House continue to defend the governor's powers. And I assume, as they've done in the past tonight, they're going to block our efforts to end the peacetime emergency. But I tell you what, House Republicans will continue working to end the emergency powers, restore the legislature's role as a co-equal branch of government. With the legislative session right around the corner, we've got less than a month now, there is no need for the governor to rule unilaterally and be the only person making decisions for millions of Minnesotans. Decisions that have had devastating effects because of how the governor has done this. Members, I strongly encourage you to vote yes on the motion to suspend the rules. Let's have a real discussion about this and let's take a vote. And Madam Speaker, I would request a roll call.
Representative New requests a roll call because there are not 15 members in the chamber. If you would support a roll call on this motion, please within the next 60 seconds send an email to hands@house.mn. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The member from Wright, Representative McDonald. The member from Mahoney, Representative Green.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know it's been late, and I don't like lengthy speeches. I think most of them get lost in the shuffle. So I'll keep this really short. But what to point out, that you just passed a bill that was labeled relief, but it wasn't really relief. It was just a Band-Aid. But we can do true relief today if we have the courage. The legislature has the power to end this. We have the power to stand for the people of Minnesota to end this horrible year with a positive conclusion. They say history will judge us, and history will judge us all. Now, people aren't going to remember our names in years to come, although they may remember the governors. They likely won't distinguish between parties. They don't care. They will remember 2020 as the year we failed. Failed our children, failed our seniors, and everyone in between. The way 2020 session has progressed should humiliate all of us. There's nothing positive to hang our hat on. We gave our power to the governor. When I doubt there's another time in history the statement, do nothing legislature was more appropriate. Some of you heard from voters in November about their distaste for the way things have gone. So for many of you, this will be your last vote. And do you really want your last vote to send a message that you were either unable or unwilling to do your job? When we are no longer here, we won't even be a memory. I hope no one within the sound of my voice is foolish enough to believe otherwise. But we can end these powers, and we can give one last win to the people of Minnesota in a year where they didn't see many wins. We can give them back their voice. And we need to let this come to a vote here tonight. So I hope that you guys will vote to allow this to come for a vote and end these powers and put 2020 to bed by giving people back their voice in Minnesota. Thank you.
The member from Wright, Representative McDonald. The member from Scott, Representative Cantrell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members. I rise in opposition of the motion this evening. Members, this has been a hard year. This has been a hard year for every Minnesotan, for everyone who lives in our country, in fact, for everyone across the planet. And these are unprecedented times. We have been faced with an array of challenges unlike those experienced by any of our forebears in modern history. And I just want to say, Madam Speaker, that I empathize with the struggles, as I know that we all empathize with the struggles that Minnesota families and business owners are experiencing and navigating through during this pandemic. But the governor's peacetime emergency powers, his peacetime emergency authority, has saved lives. And as another representative mentioned, people may not remember our names, but that's fine. As long as we prevent as many people from dying as possible, that is our responsibility here. And so as we assess a path forward as we near the hopeful end of this pandemic. I urge my colleagues, I urge all members to oppose this resolution to end the governor's peacetime emergency authority tonight without replacement, to ensure that people facing eviction are not left unhoused in the middle of a still raging pandemic during the deadliest month so far in our state, to ensure that critical logistical capabilities that have been enabled by the governor's peacetime emergency are not undermined, as the first shipments of vaccines have been received in our state, and to think about how the future will reflect on the actions that we not only take here tonight, but as a summation of the actions that we have taken throughout the course of this pandemic. Because, members, I can guarantee that somebody who reflects upon the actions that we'll make here, who could have spent one more Christmas with an ailing family member, who could have spent more time with their immunocompromised child, who could have a chance to live, because, members, we did not undermine the tools that have been thus far so critical in ensuring that Minnesota continues to be a leader in slowing the spread and overcoming this pandemic. While our hospitals have neared dangerous levels of capacity, both in terms of critical care beds and ventilators, we have not surpassed this capacity, and this is critical because the governor's peacetime emergency authority enabled swift apolitical decision-making that further helped to alleviate the mounting strain that was accumulating within hospital systems across the state. I urge members to vote against the motion this evening, to continue to come together to evaluate how to continue to work in a manner that is conducive to helping to improve the quality of lives of Minnesotans, not only throughout the remaining duration of this pandemic, but in the following aftermath. But I urge members not to undermine a strategy that has been thus far as successful as could have been expected given these unprecedented times. So with that, Madam Speaker, I urge a no vote on the motion. And thank you to all of our healthcare workers who are, like Dr. Mann, are working and on the front lines this evening.
The member from Scott, Representative Albright.
Madam Speaker, members, you know, where I grew up, when we ran into someone we knew, a friend, acquaintance, just to start the conversation, you know, we'd say something like, "What do you know?" Now, in most circumstances, the response would usually be, not much. Or they'd comment about the weather or something about our local sports teams. But occasionally you'd get someone clever enough to shoot back something that make you laugh or share a story with you. You know, that's just being part of Minnesotan. But for the last several months, when I've asked people, "What do you know?" I've not been greeted with the same response. No, I'm getting responses of faces that are downcast, looks of defeat, weary eyes that speak to loss and hopelessness. I'm also catching a growing anger that is raw with a visceral distaste for what this administration has made them endure. What do you know for sure? Let me share with you some actual quotes that I've received from people across this state. I'm losing my business. It's been in the family for over 50 years, and it's not even my fault. I have done nothing to deserve this kind of treatment. How many times is this guy going to change the rules on businesses without having a plan to help us out? My kids don't know what is going on at school, and frankly, neither do I. Can someone please explain to me what they've been using to predict this pandemic? Because it ain't worth crap. Why can't we seem to understand that the folks in the nursing homes and retirement centers are still dying? How dare he say that I can or cannot do anything in my home, let alone telling restaurants or fitness centers to be limited or closed at a time when I've got needs, serious needs that need life-saving support. And then I also get, I know what I'm not sure of. I don't believe anything about what they're doing. I don't trust what I'm being told. I don't think anyone believes in the rule of law anymore. I don't think they understand what it's like to live under their own rules. I've heard enough about what was used to create the great Minnesota shutdown. And it seems pretty much on a regular basis that he's changing the rules in order to fit his new narrative. Sure would be nice if we heard as much about what he intends to use to remove these chains. Just because someone is not afraid of this virus does not mean he or she doesn't believe in it. Each person understands the risks, but I will not allow it to paralyze me. Worrying cannot keep us safe. Maybe this governor should worry less about the virus and concern himself more with defending our constitutional rights. I'm not sure about these masks. Seems like it's just another way for them to wash their hands of their shutdown policies and put the blame on us for not wearing one. And then they can blame us for either wearing it or not and screwing things up. It's a pretty sad testimony when the folks who call Minnesota home have lost faith in the leadership of their state. It diminishes the import and the significance of the work that this executive branch carries out. But it also reflects badly upon this legislature and what we are responsible to do as well. From the middle of last March, when the governor declared a peacetime emergency under Chapter 12 of our Minnesota statutes, one of the biggest worries was how it would affect the kids. Sadly, they have faced more than their fair share of the storms surrounding COVID. But why? When there is a 1,000-fold difference between the mortality rate in older people 70 and above and the mortality rate in children. You know, to be sure, this is a great blessing. And if it were a disease that killed children preferentially, I'm sure we would all react very differently. But the fact is that for the youngest among us, this disease is less dangerous than the seasonal flu. And so far this year in the United States, more children have died from the seasonal flu than from COVID-19 by a factor of 2 or 3. So why is it that we seem so focused on not allowing them to be taught in the classroom? students, especially the younger ones, are designed to not designed to learn alone. So should it be any surprise that the lockdowns have had the psychological effects they've had, especially on young adults and children who have been denied their regular patterns of socialization? What you are doing is requiring young people to bear the burden of controlling a disease from which they face little to no risk. This is entirely backward. Distance learning, members, is failing our students. Look at the data. There is a middle school in this state that is reporting more students in the hospital from suicide attempts than from COVID-19 cases. You have school districts who have 40% of their students failing their classes. Not just doing worse, but failing. And now I've heard some suggest they'll stop just giving out Fs. We're losing students, folks. No, seriously, we are losing them. Like, you can't find them. They're not just cutting a class here and there. They're not showing up for school at all. And who does this affect the most? Low-income and single-wage earning families. Because mom and dad have to get to that job, if they have one right now, to pay the bills that never stop coming. And after school classes are non-existent. So no help from a friend or tutor with your algebra or English, let alone any team practice. This is the reality of these executive orders. What a sad legacy for a governor who hoped to be known as the champion of education. No one should dispute the seriousness that we need to take with this virus. But what about the other costs to our lives? Time and again, we have heard about the need to keep people safe, that we need to follow the science because people are dying. Yes, they are. And for many of them, that means dying alone, terrified about what is happening, with no family members or friends to support or comfort them. Is that how you want anyone to live out their last days or even hours? Telling someone they cannot console or grieve with their own family members is neither realistic nor healthy. And attempting to shame them into cooperating is so counter to our fundamental core values. And let's be clear about the history of lockdowns. Namely, they have never been tried before as a method of disease control. And moreover, these lockdowns were only part of the original plan. The initial rationale for lockdowns was we were told we needed them in order to get prepared for the coming tsunami of patients, to slow the spread of the disease and prevent hospitals from being overwhelmed. If this recent surge is that serious, then why not open up the other 1,000 beds you said would be available within 72 hours notice? Not to mention the 2 major hospitals that are sitting idle because of a lack of patients. But you know what is truly tragic? Knowing that people have stopped bringing their children in for immunizations against diseases like diphtheria, whooping cough, and polio, because they've been led to fear COVID-19 more than they fear these other deadly diseases. So much of the progress in slowing these diseases is going to be lost. And they are going to come back. Large numbers of Minnesotans, even though they had cancer, needed chemotherapy have not come in for treatment because they were more afraid of COVID than cancer. How many others have decided to skip recommended cancer screenings? I'm told many in the scientific community expect to see a rise in cancer and cancer-related deaths because of this cloud of fear. Not only cancer, but deaths from diabetes due to people missing their diabetic monitoring. And probably the most terrifying statement made recently is that a recent CDC survey found that 1 in 4 young adults, 1 in 4, between the age of 18 and 24, had seriously considered suicide. Even with the approval of a vaccine, we will still be relying on herd immunity as an endpoint for this epidemic. You know, to be sure, the best strategy is still not to let people die. But why isn't the primary strategy to protect those most susceptible? We know who the vulnerable are, and we also know who are not. Given the emergence of all these therapeutic options you hear about, and now the availability of a COVID-19 vaccine, why shouldn't we be allowed to conduct our lives, open our schools, and live our lives normally alongside the unavoidable reality that there will be new infections and more hospitalizations? You know, we talk about the economic harms of lockdowns and how they're regularly, you know, those that speak up about them are accused of being heartless. Economic considerations are nothing compared to saving lives, we are told. But the tragedy of the human toll these executive orders have had on both a personal and business level are irrefutable. Think about the number of Minnesotans, young and old, who will starve this year as a result of the economics caused by these lockdowns. Minnesota has worked so hard to lift so many out of poverty. And yet this year, I would submit to you, we will reverse course in those efforts. Again and again, hospitality and entertainment venues, as well as other small businesses all over the state, have spent heavily of their own resources to comply with the changing governmental regulations surrounding COVID-19, including buying personal protective equipment for staff and improving their ventilation systems to assure patrons to their establishments that they feel safe. But now they're being punished again. Small business owners who permanently shut down will lose the equity they have worked to build up over years or even generations. And the result of those permanent closures will create even greater social and economic inequality, as well as an increased burden on social programs. Has anyone in the executive branch contemplated how to prepare for that? Has anyone considered the workforce that will be lost? Kind words and a sympathetic ear are small comfort to those suffering the loss of a life spent building up a business, a retirement account, creating job opportunities for others, as well as investing in their local community. This is just as much a tragedy as is every life lost to this virus. They've been talking about calling this the K-shaped recovery and that things are getting better for our state. But what a lot of people don't remember is it's the result of massive federal government COVID-19 relief bills. These lockdowns by executive order are punishing the very people needing help the most: low-income wage earners and their families. They say that a couple of the symptoms folks comment about if they've had COVID or a loss of taste and smell. I think people across the state are starting to tire of the smell of this current strategy. And quite honestly, they've lost their taste for this governor's declaration to single-handedly try to save them from the impossible. The executive branch's directives are not about what they do, but about making sure we're all socially representing that we're all in this together. Something I hear this governor say all the time. I don't think the anecdotal evidence supports that we are. This governor ran for office on the slogan, "One Minnesota." But do the actions match that rhetoric? To almost everyone I talk to, they're not buying it. At best, Governor, you might want to start using "my Minnesota," since you seem to be the only one who has the authority to affect how we live our lives right now. But it isn't your Minnesota, Governor. You should remember that. This is our Minnesota, Governor. Our Minnesota. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, today is an extraordinary day and an unprecedented year. The American death toll from the COVID-19 pandemic now exceeds the American combat death toll during all of World War II. The first 100,000 deaths were confirmed in the end of May. It took 4 months to reach the next 100,000 deaths and just 3 months to lose the last 100,000 Americans. Given the high number of infections, public health experts fear that we will lose another 100,000 Americans in a single month. That is a staggering and accelerating loss of American life. The emergency is not over. The proportion of Americans who die about 3 weeks after infection remains at about 1.7%. With daily infections approaching 200,000 cases a day, that means we still have many deaths ahead of us. We still have to anticipate overburdened emergency rooms, hospitals, intensive care units, and healthcare providers and staff. The emergency is not over. Today is also extraordinary in that the first vaccines have begun to arrive at American hospitals, including here in Minnesota. There is light at the end of this long, dark tunnel. There is hope for our lives to return to the rhythms we are used to, and hopefully perhaps even to a better new normal. But it will take some time still. We're not there yet. The emergency is not over. I urge a no vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Sibley, Representative Grunhagen.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be brief. You know, we all want the medical data and facts. And I'm just going to read a few comments from the Great Barrington Declaration. I think most of you are aware of it, but it has over 43,000 now signatures of eminently qualified medical professors or professionals, including the medical department heads from Stanford and Harvard. Now, there's a similar declaration over in Europe that was started separately and has thousands of medical professionals signing it too. So the short little thing I'm going to read here is a direct quote, okay, out of their declaration. Of these 43,000 medical professionals, including the heads of the medical department of Stanford and Harvard. Here's what they say, quote, adopting measures to protect the vulnerable should be the central aim of public health responses to COVID. Those who are not vulnerable should immediately be allowed to resume life as normal. simple hygiene measures such as hand washing and staying home when sick should be practiced by everyone to reduce the herd immunity threshold. Schools and universities should be open for in-person teaching. Extracurricular activities such as sports should be resumed. Young, low-risk adults should work normally rather than from home. Restaurants and other businesses should open. Arts, music, sports, and other cultural activities should resume. People who are more at risk may participate if they wish, while society as a whole enjoys the protection conferred from the vulnerable by those who have built up herd immunity, close quote. They also oppose lockdowns and they oppose masks. Again, this is not my opinion. It's an opinion of over 43,000 eminently qualified medical professionals. And members, I have a secretary part-time, one of them, who works up at a parochial school. They have not shut down. They do in-person classes, and they've got applications that they cannot even let into their school. However, they did have a COVID outbreak. So what did they do? They closed down for 10 days about. Nobody directed them, no directive from government. Their local administrators and people in charge made that decision. And then after 10 days, my secretary went back to work again up at the parochial school. Local control. Now, I know the people in the public schools are just as smart as the people in the parochial schools. Just unshackle them. Let's allow our children to go back to school and give them local control. If they have an outbreak, they can make the decisions to protect the students and the staff, especially students and staff if they have underlying health problems. You know, the achievement gap is being greatly aggravated through this. And, you know, my good friend, Representative Albright, has covered a lot of that. But at my local school district that I attended the meeting, MDE has reduced the passing grade to 50%. We're failing our students, not based upon the medical facts and data, but based upon more of a political agenda. We want to work with the governor. I think he wants to do what's best also, but we need to do it together. And I think by voting for this, we show the governor on a bipartisan basis that we can, you know, we will work with him on this. You know, it's Christmas, members, you know that. By the way, Merry Christmas. It is a federal holiday, by the way, so you can say Merry Christmas in schools, public schools, or public buildings, because it's a federal holiday. Anyway, that's another point. But let's give our children the gift of, during this Christmas season, of opening their schools, ladies and gentlemen, by supporting this resolution. And again, let's drop our labels of a Republican and Democrat, and let's be Minnesotans on this, okay? Sometimes I wish there weren't Republicans and Democrats, only Minnesotans at the legislature. And maybe, I don't know if it would help or not, but maybe it would. But you know, I like a lot of you on the other side of the aisle. I respect you and know you want what's best. But please, members, let's send a brief message to the governor that let's work hand in hand on this. And I think we will be surprised at how much unity can be accomplished in our state if we work together. Thank you, members. And I hope you can support this measure.
The member from Candy Ojai, Representative Miller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in respect for people's time, and I know drawing long on and on and on, I'm going to speak very briefly here, and then when it comes to my motion, I'll withdraw that. One quick aside, something was said earlier, very quickly. And I have great respect for Representative Pinto. He came in when I did. We've worked on things together. I think we have mutual respect. So this is no regard to him. But we kind of pick up terms around here, and one of the terms that's been used very clearly, very often, is essential and non-essential workers. And I'd like us to find a way to move away from that. It's degrading, it's divisive, and it gives value of one person over another. And I think we can all agree that those are not good things. I can't tell you how many times where people have come to me and said, why do I keep getting called a non-essential worker? That's just, so anyway. To this motion, every time we do this motion, we've done it several times, we've done it in different formats. I had a slightly different format that I'm going to address very briefly, just to make reference to it. Afterwards, I always get at least a couple people that say, Representative Miller, why are you trying to make this situation political? I've heard it on this House floor. We're politicizing this by bringing up this motion. And I find that very interesting because if there's been one good thing that's come out of this past year is I've dove in deep, and so have several other people, into civics. Representative Erdahl wants us to learn civics, and I think that there's many good lessons that can come out of this. And whether it be a lawsuit or it be these ending emergency powers through a resolution or whatever, I keep going back to this is what our Constitution says we must do. And we talk about separation of powers. We talk about roles of each part of government, equal value in each part. And yet whenever we bring that up, we're degraded as, I've been told in this room, I basically just need to be quiet and do what the governor wants me to do. I'm sorry, folks, that's not my role. I was not elected to do that. I'm elected to work with the governor, but as an equal partner in this. One thing that I found amazing is there actually was accidentally some bipartisanship here today that wasn't, constructed, that wasn't proclaimed as why we're doing things. It was bipartisanship, and it was the word vaccine. I've heard things like with the vaccine, we're seeing light at the end of the tunnel, or things are coming to an end, or things are going to improve from this point on. And I agree. I don't think that a vaccine is necessarily the solution to everything. But I will tell you that what we're being told consistently is this vaccine has 95% efficacy. I've heard that consistently. No one seems to challenge that. Now, that's not 100%, but my wife is a nurse, and she said she was surprised by that because most vaccines don't have even close to that level of effectiveness. I think the number, and I might be wrong with this, it's late, but I think for like when you do your influenza vaccine, that's about a 60%, sometimes lower depending on the year in which strains show up. So this is very exciting things, but it also leads me to challenge the governor. These are emergency powers. I know we've said that 100 different ways, but these are powers that are intended to just be briefly inserted to execute on the most critical things for a period of time. Now, we've had a lot of argument about what that period of time is or how long it should be, but if we're moving towards the end, that's the transition that I guess I would say to the governor, which I'm sure he's watching at this late hour. This is the time for the governor to transition us back into the way that we were designed to govern in the state of Minnesota. It's nothing more complicated than that. And for the people who reject that or say, but we need to do this longer because we need to save people's lives or because we care or things like that, we can do the things that we can do in a normal government. And in my opinion, by saying, no, we need to have one person that's doing all this, then we're basically either doing one of two things. We're either disrespecting the government that we have created for ourselves in this great nation, or we no longer think that it's a way to run government. And I challenge everyone in this room and people listening that are going to be voting on this. Again, as we say, we kind of know where this is going. But I'm going to tell you, what we do right here tonight. I know it's late and I know everyone's tired and they say, well, this isn't going to pass anyway, so why are we doing this? I'm doing this because I fight for what I believe is right. And that's what I believe I've been elected to do. And as long as I have breath and as long as I have a vote in this room, I'm going to fight for what is right. And I expect everyone else to do the same as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And this discussion and this situation we're in reminds me of why I think we're so fortunate to live in Minnesota. One of my earliest memories was a Christmas Eve when a well went out and all the neighbors came together to assist that family. Growing up, you didn't think about it. If somebody was stuck in the snow, you got out and helped them. And frankly, what I think we're debating here is having compassion for the governor, helping the governor. How many months of the weight on his shoulders that in that burden is difficult for any group of people, let alone focused on a single person. We as a group can bring up many possible applications and things that can assist people. It's been touched on, so many people, the overdose rate, suicide, death rate, so many repercussions are hitting people other than COVID. And as a group, and as Minnesotans, we should be pulling together to help the governor bring up solutions that will work in different communities. One size doesn't fit all. And we have the capability as a team to have those options, to bring that forward, to work together and take the burden off of the governor. I can't imagine what it's like when early on we had such a huge portion of deaths from the long-term care facilities. And what could we have done better? If you've got a group working together, you've got options. You've got that discussion. You got the what if and all the viewpoints coming together for solutions. And anyone that's been in the legislature for any length of time realizes unintended consequences are hard to figure out. But we together, as legislators, as Minnesotans, can help avoid these unintended consequences. We can provide the options, the choices, and the local solutions that will save more lives, that will alleviate so much suffering that our communities and neighbors are going through. It's hard for one person not to just focus on the COVID and to see the broad perspective of all the consequences of any of the choices, whether it's a lockdown or I was shocked. We got vaccine in Minnesota. We got it locally in my county. And I heard that we're going to take a week before we start dispensing it because we need training. And we've got the #1 in my county, the #1 medical facility in the world. And I know they have people that they could have started applying this vaccine to the key groups from arrival. You get a couple hours to warm it up and some processing. But we have that expertise. And I know other hospitals have that expertise. But if we had been able to help the governor months or weeks before, we could have had a training program in so we could be vaccinating people this next week instead of holding off. And I feel bad that we have not softened the load on the governor's shoulders. So I ask that we as a group step forward, assume some of that burden, help out with this problem by passing this, stopping the emergency powers, and standing up and doing our job we were elected to do. So I hope we can agree and allow the vote. And my understanding, if I remember correctly, the other chamber had bipartisan support on this. A pretty good sized group of people voted for this. So I just ask you to join me in voting to allow us to vote on this. Thank you.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Well, I've been listening to this for quite a long time, like all of you have, and it's been hard at times, as it usually is when we debate this, to sit quietly and not say some things. But I do just want to respond to a few things that people have said. I mean, first of all, everybody knows that 2020 sucks. And I think it was Representative Garofalo who said that quite clearly. The global pandemic sucks. And it's hurt a lot of people, and it's still hurting a lot of people. And some people have been hurt to the degree that they are dead, or their family members are dead, or they have long-term complications from a case of COVID. So those things are very real. This is a very real thing, and it sucks. But I hear my Republican colleagues all over the map, and you have been all over the map, and your party's been all over the map through this whole thing. And part of the problem here is that you cannot get your act together deciding how serious this is and what needs to be done. So I hear from some people that we don't need masks. Masks don't work. Herd immunity, we're still on this herd immunity thing. Well, the way you get herd immunity is with a vaccine. And thank God, it seems like that's what we're going to be able to do pretty soon. In terms of what this motion is about, what it's always about is, are we going to take away the governor's emergency powers and then replace it with what? So it would be great if we could all work together, as many members have said, to actually do something here and fill the void and make the decisions and bring in the kind of information from all over the state that's what our legislature does. That's what legislatures are good at. But it's become very clear throughout this whole thing that wouldn't really work. We can't do group decision-making in this situation because, for one thing, we've got people who are bringing in the conspiracy theories here and who are not focused on the health issues here and who are going to make this a political thing. This can't be about what people want. We all want the virus to be gone. We wanted the virus to never happen. We don't want anyone's business to be hurt. We don't want anyone's child to be hurt. We don't want any kids to be out of school. None of us want that. But we don't have a program to fix everything, and we haven't had it. And I just want to remind people, those of you who are like, let's just work together. Let's just work together. Well, first of all, if there was not a pandemic, if the governor was not using the emergency powers, we would not be in session. We would not be holding this session. We would not be meeting again until January. And we will be meeting in January, even though it's going to unfortunately still be remote. And there will be plenty of opportunity to work on things. So it is really mind-boggling to me when I hear people say, oh, we don't have a role. We haven't been able to do anything. And yet here we are, and we have just passed a rather large, important bill to help Minnesotans. Proof that there is something we can do, that our role has not been gone. But we as a legislature cannot be making these decisions like, should Minnesotans be required to wear a mask? Because those can be unpopular decisions, and yet they're decisions that have to be made in order to save lives. So again, is the governor perfect? Has he made wonderful decisions every time? Does he always do the thing that turns out to be the best? Of course not, because everybody, every scientist, every community has been learning as we go through this thing. And yeah, if we were really, really on the ball and we could really have our input and people, we might be able to improve those decisions. I agree with Representative Quam. I'm a person who believes in this group process. I think hearings are great. This is how we should do things. But it hasn't been possible, and it's still not going to be possible until we're back in session. So I just want to give you one big example that just happened about why this can't be in the legislature's hands. You know, one of the bills we've been working on through this period of time to try to get ready for today was a bill on long-term care funding. And we had a hearing on this in my committee recently, right? And we were working with the Senate. It's not the most wonderful process. It should be a more public process. It is what it is. We're working with the Senate. We're working with House Republicans. We're working with Senate Democrats. And then what happens? Suddenly we're having a meeting and Senate Republicans just, can't come. And then House Republicans, can't come, just can't show up for this. And I want to tell you, those of you who've been talking about how wonderful it is if we could just protect the vulnerable, what this bill was, this is like the core of everything we should be doing here. Our federal funds are going to end December 30th. And oh my God, suddenly we're not going to have funding for vaccinating people in long-term care. We're not for testing, continuing our testing program in long-term care. We were going to fund teams of people to go in and help with infection control. We were going to have a nurse triage line to help deliver test results and make sure that people get their results and when they're positive. And perhaps most importantly, emergency staffing for long-term care, because the biggest problem we're having in our hospitals too, and this goes to this empty hospitals thing, it's the staff. The staff are getting sick. The staff are needing to isolate. And so in long-term care, you get these situations where the staff get sick and there's a crisis. And so our Department of Health has a program, and our emergency operations center, they have a program where they have contracts with teams of staff who are available to come in and fill in for those up to 2 weeks for those other staff to take care of themselves and not get the residents sick. And so we need money for this because the federal funds are going away. And so what happens? The Senate Republicans stonewall us, decide not to do it. Hasn't been told to me why. And of course, House Republicans too, just not going to meet, can't meet. So this complaint that, you didn't call me, just falls kind of hollow to me. Very hollow. Because we should have been passing a long-term care funding bill tonight, and I don't know what's going to happen now for the next couple of months or however long it's going to take if the federal government doesn't step it up and fund these critical things to keep these people safe, the very people that some of you think they're the only ones who need to be protected. So I think you've illustrated very nicely tonight why this doesn't work, why it can't work. And thank God we've had a governor who's been willing to take the heat. And some of the time he's probably been wrong. But by God, at least he's focused on trying to keep the case numbers down and trying to keep people alive so that we can get to that vaccine and this thing will taper down with the least harm, with a lot less harm than would have happened had he not been there. So that's all I'm going to say. It is very late. Thank you for letting me talk. And I urge everyone to vote no on this motion and just, keep hope alive. This thing's going to be over in a few months. We all hope. Thank you.
The member from Clearwater, Representative Grossell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. And thank you, Representative Liebling. You just proved so many points that everybody was making earlier, and some of the points that I made earlier. Name calling that the left resorts to immediately. The shaming, it continues. And it's just, you know, every time somebody on the right, somebody in the GOP, or anybody disagrees, you're a conspiracy theorist, or you're not educated, or you're not something else. So thank you. Thank you for making sure that everybody hears what the left really thinks about anybody that's in opposition. And you know, you hear it continuously. But I'll be short. I'll be short in this. You know, I was just going to be very brief and ask people just to take into consideration how long this has been going on. You could look down. One thing that Representative Liebling was correct on was 2020 was a horrible year, and it is a horrible year, but one that can be and should have been dealt with differently. Everybody says, well, what would you have done? Well, for one thing, wouldn't have locked everybody up, because we all knew the survival rate from this virus within a reasonable amount of time could have staved off a lot of this economic tragedy, could have staved off the increases in suicide cases, could have staved off a lot of the violence that has occurred, could have staved off a lot of things had we not been fed the BS about the new normal. I, for one, like the old normal, where Minnesota citizens were working and thriving and living and then enjoying each other. And that is the normal that I'm going to keep working to get back to. Because if the way things look right now is the new normal, how can anybody want that? How can anybody want that? So again, you know, all you have to do is not be silent and not be inactive. Because as a very caring and loving individual, Dietrich Bonhoeffer said, and I'll quote him, "Silence in the face of evil is itself evil. God will not hold us guiltless. Not to act is to act, not to speak is to speak." So each one of us, myself included, we have to look in the mirror every day. Am I going to be silent in the face of evil? Am I going to freeze and not act in the face of evil? No. I'm going to make sure that I speak up to defend those who cannot defend themselves, to protect those who cannot protect themselves. Look down through this year. Look at the trail of destruction that has been left behind due to indecision, no decision, and just plain incompetency. I will not stay silent. I will not stand still. Some people say, why do we keep fighting? Why do we keep trying to get the authority out of the governor's hand? Some people may want to give up and not continue that fight, but do not talk down or look down their nose at those of us who are willing to fight. So I'll leave you with this. From the book of James, 4:17. The one who knows the right thing to do and yet does not do it, to him it is sin. And that is for each one of us, myself included, to look in the mirror as you look at this, this piece that's in front of us. You have a decision to make. You know what is the right thing to do. And the decision you make is between you and God. And I pray that you make the right one. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I got a letter a piece of mail this week from Patrick Murphy. I got a copy of my next election certificate, and I got to tell you, this is the fourth time that's happened, and every time I just stare at it in amazement and wonder, because that is a physical representation of the fact that I am the voice for a certain number of people at the legislature. And I think that's pretty cool. And in talking to some of the people who I represent, they often ask, what are you doing to change this, Jim? What are you doing to affect a change? And I tell them that right now the legislature is really kind of an afterthought. And they say, well, how do I get a message to the governor? They said that would normally be you. You get my message introduced to the people who make decisions down there in St. Paul. And we are grateful for your effort. We're grateful for your work. And we appreciate the fact that you listen and you take calls and you do emails with us. And you always are very quick to get back to us. And many of them tell me, I've called the governor. I've sent emails to the governor. I've been pushed down to staff and I get a form email, but I never actually talk to anybody down there that's making decisions. And they're getting pretty mad. They feel like they don't have a single voice down there because they know that either myself or Senator Jensen or people who have called me that happen to be Representative Bowe's constituents, they don't have anywhere to go. No one's taken their call. And I'm hearing from businesses much the same thing. I have some dear friends, Brian and Cheryl Vargo, who work super hard to keep their business chugging along. And they've told me that when it comes time to talk to the administration, it is radio silence. I have other folks, a lady named Nicole, who's called me and emailed me to talk about why can't we let their kids play sports. They've pointed out, and I agree, well, we've got professional sports. We see that. And we have college sports. We've seen that. But why aren't we letting the high school kids play sports? If there's some magical transformation that happens between becoming a professional athlete versus an amateur athlete or a high school athlete, they're literally wanting to know. No one's telling them from the administration. They're just snapping their fingers and say, nah, we're not going to do that. I've mentioned earlier, I've talked to dozens and dozens of people who own breweries and distilleries and wineries and meaderies and cideries. And they have said that they have tried to get messages into the governor to no avail. No one's listening. No one's returning phone calls. Just complete radio silence. And they asked me, Jim, what the hell is going on down there? Why can't I get someone to call me? I've gotten calls from these folks all over the cities. I was down at Fulton Brewery with a bipartisan group of legislators. And they said, Jim, you're way the heck from the sticks. Now, some of you will laugh because it's Waconia versus or down to Minneapolis, so not that far. But they look at it as I'm way the heck out here. And they say, you'll come down, you'll come for a visit, you'll listen, you'll take a phone call, you'll jump on a Zoom call. But our governor can't even be bothered to get back to us. But he tells us, the House DFL will tell you that he's the only guy who can get this right. And I just think that's hogwash. I think that all of you probably have now gotten your photocopy of your election certificate for those that are coming back or newly elected that are listening. I would encourage you to use it, because the proper role of the legislature is to be a co-equal branch of government. And for anybody who wants to say that the governor is the only person who can make these decisions, that he is the fount of all wisdom, that he knows and only he can do the things that have to get done because it has to move so rapidly. Well, I would point out to you that the number of executive orders in recent months has been sparse. So don't tell me, don't have the guts to tell me that only he can do that. And don't conflate my opposition to the governor's executive powers to my denial of COVID being an actual thing. We've experienced it here in our house. Everyone's fine, thank God, but it's a thing. It's contagious. You take smart steps to mitigate it. You make sure that the people who have it are well cared for, and that the people who are caring for those with it are also well cared for. But don't think for a minute that the average person is buying your stonewalling for the governor to become a dictator for another month, that they believe what you're selling. They don't. You know, I talk to a lot of folks that have owned or own exercise places. Jen at Crusher CrossFit, Pat at Sisu CrossFit, and Megan at Shape It Up Fitness here in Waconia. I've met with them. I've worked my tail off to try to get messages to the governor on their behalf. And if you look at the numbers, if you look at the math, you all profess, oh, the numbers will tell the story. Well, if you actually believed what you're saying, you would have recognized that the infection rate from those places is very small. And that those places also perform an amazing service to people by keeping them healthy. And you've heard me tell this story before, and I'll tell it again briefly. Jen at Crusher CrossFit told me that she had a woman who was morbidly obese, and she had the guts to go down there and exercise and lose weight and get on a pathway to become more healthy. And in the first shutdown, she took huge strides backwards, began gaining more weight. How many more people are we going to hear about that are doing just that thing? That they were on a pathway to both physical and mental health. And then with very little warning, the governor shut us down a second time, ignoring the math on many of these places. And now folks quite literally will die, not from COVID, but because they lost hope and they lost their battle perhaps with obesity. They lost their battle with other mental health issues because now they have no outlet to do so. Or I think about the students that are going to school. Most of you know I have 6 kids. 4 of them are still in school. And if we have Zoom meetings during the day for the legislature, I usually dial in because the broadband or the internet here at the Nash House is getting pretty thin by that part of the day. And it's not good. Kids are not doing well. We have to buck them up and keep them energized. And it is not that that good. I'm beginning to have grave concerns about the students that I represent, and the students across the state of Minnesota are languishing because they just look at a screen all day and they're quote unquote learning. It's absolutely deleterious for their mental health and their long-term learning. I think that they're basically taking a gap year now instead of perhaps after high school. I look at all these other businesses that are on Main Street, and I think, I voted no against the bill because I didn't think that it was doing enough. It was kind of, as others have said, sprinkling crumbs in front of the businesses, and I understand that it was an honest attempt and it was a good attempt. And I look at some of the businesses that I know the owners of, and I get phone calls from them, and they say, Jim, I don't want a damn check. I want to open up. If they trusted me in the first post-lockdown, and they can show that nobody got COVID from them because they were going above and beyond to be safe, why can't they stay open now? Why can't they do what they need to do? Why can't they sell the things that they've either worked hard, or the things that they build, or open up the breweries and the distilleries, the things that people are investing their lives in? Let them sell that, because guess what? The government still wants their tax revenue. If you own a building, even though you're not cash flowing your business to cover that, guess what? They still want their check. These people are losing hope. And I am a very optimistic guy. I think sometimes it drives my wife crazy. Many of you have seen the picture in my office of me getting my butt kicked by a bull. Even after that event where I broke 3 ribs and dislocated my shoulder, I was still pretty upbeat and optimistic. My wife said, how you feeling? I'm like, oh, it's pretty good. It was a great experience. It's a good day. And I was in intense pain, but I'm so optimistic. But a lot of folks here are not optimistic. They're losing that drive. They have no motivation. They wake up depressed. They wake up sad. And I want to reiterate this. So many of you have been defending the fact that we cannot overturn the executive powers simply predicated on the notion that the governor is the only person that can do this. And I say that is crap. We have the ability as legislators to do amazing things. I mean, here it is. It's late in the morning, which is still prime time for me because I don't sleep. It's 1:47 in the morning. We can still legislate. We can still do things. We can move bills forward. If we have to, we can do it quickly. But these policies that are getting made, even some of the policies that have come forward and passed tonight, were not done through the committee process, and I find that abhorrent. In fact, I had a bill that I've introduced now for the last 2 special sessions to simply allow people to dial in either via Zoom or telephone and offer testimony, which we have not seen necessarily in all of our meetings. That bill did not come to the floor tonight, and people are noticing. The legislative process is important. The legislative process is valuable. All 201 of us down there were sent down there by people who said, that's the person I want to be my voice in government. But we're not their voice right now. There's one guy. And it is time to put an end to his reign if you can stand up and just vote green. And this is not the end of the treatment of the pandemic. We don't believe that. Don't think that the Republicans say, oh, once we take away the governor's executive powers, no one's going to be dealing with COVID stuff. We're ready and willing to jump into the fight and do our job and be the voice of the people in Minnesota and to represent them in their government. So have the guts, that business name that I told you, SISU, that means guts. Have the guts to do the right thing and vote green. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I just have 2 quick points. First, earlier tonight, a member said that the governor's strategy was as successful as possible in these unprecedented times. And that struck me as probably not true. So I just did some checking and had also been working on this earlier in the day, but it motivated me to keep going. So I just want to highlight, for most of our surrounding states, including us, November was the month with the highest number of cases. Wisconsin's peak was November 18th with 8,510 cases. As of today, they're down to 2,965. North Dakota's peak was November 14th, 2,270 cases. As of today, they're at 281. South Dakota's peak, November 27th, 2,138 cases. As of today, they're at 631. Iowa's peak, November 13th, 5,489 cases. As of today, they're at 1,240. Minnesota's peak. First, Minnesota on the 18th of November, the day of the last shutdown order, 5,094. The peak was November 28th, 9,022. The highest peak in our surrounding states. Today, we are still at the highest, 3,425. So there are a variety of strategies. Not everyone is wide open like South Dakota. Other states are taking some other mitigation measures, but we are probably among the strongest taking steps to do shutdowns and lockdowns and curtail activities, and we have the highest numbers. So I just want to bring that data forward so that members are understanding that this strategy is not probably the most successful we could be using. Secondly, all of my colleagues have done a great job talking about the stress on students and families, and I just don't want to end without, again, we've also talked a lot about feeling like our voices are not heard. I know I've said that many times on this floor. So I'm trying to be a voice for my constituents tonight. And in the last 3 weeks, I have had 3 different families email or call me crying because their student has been researching online or talking about suicide ideation. And this was from this morning. I am writing with urgency today, this is one of my constituents, to ask you as the one who represents my family and I to do whatever is in your power to end this lockdown. I have 4 kids at home who are really struggling right now. I'll not say the age, but teenage child had the courage to tell us she is having suicidal thoughts. She was thriving before all of this. She did well in school. She was getting attention from colleges to play volleyball and was overall a very happy person. Now she is barely passing school and can't play volleyball. All she wants to do is watch TV and look at her phone. Sorry, I can't quite read it. I'm begging you for the future of my family to fight for us and be a voice of reason, end the emergency powers, and end this shutdown. And this is just one example, members. The consequences of this shutdown, it's not been 3 weeks. It wasn't 3 weeks just to keep the hospitals open. We are at 8 months, going on 9 months. The long-term consequences of this for our students, academically, emotionally, and physically are terrible. And it will take many more months than the 8 months we've been in for them to recover and regain what they have lost. So I'm begging you to please, the situation we have, as I showed you from the numbers, this isn't the only way to do this. So it's time to try a different strategy. Let's end the shutdown and let's end the governor's emergency powers tonight. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, members, I will ask you to vote no once more on an irresponsible Republican motion to remove Minnesota's defenses against a deadly virus.
The member from Chisago, Representative Newt, to your motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would encourage members to vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the motion to suspend the rules.
Acom. Acom. Albright.
Albright, aye.
Albright, aye. Anderson.
Anderson, aye.
Anderson, aye. Backer.
Backer, aye.
Backer, aye. Bonner.
Bonner, no.
Bonner, no. Barr.
Barr, aye.
Barr, aye. Baker. Baker. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker Finn, no. Bennett.
Bennett, aye.
Bennett, aye. Bernardi.
Bernardi, no.
Bernardi, no. Bierman.
Bierman, no.
Bierman, no. Bow.
Bow, aye.
Bow, aye. Brand.
Brand, no.
Brand, no. Cantrell.
Cantrell, no.
Cantrell, no. Carlson, A.
Carlson A, no.
Carlson, A, no. Carlson, L. Carlson, L. Christensen.
Christensen, no.
Christensen, no. Claflin.
Claflin, no.
Claflin, no. Considine.
Considine, no.
Considine, no. Daniels.
Daniels, yes.
Daniels, aye. Daudt.
Doubt, aye.
Daudt, aye. Davids.
David's, aye.
Davids, aye. Daphne.
Dabney, no.
Daphne, no. Dean.
Dean, no.
Dean, no. Damath. Damath, aye. Detmer.
Detmer, aye.
Detmer, aye. Druskowski.
Droskowski, aye.
Druskowski, aye. Eklund.
Eklund, pass.
Eklund, pass. Edelson. Edelson. Elkins.
Elkins, no.
Elkins, no. Erickson.
Erickson, aye.
Erickson, aye. Fabian.
Fabian, aye.
Fabian, aye. Fisher.
Fisher, no.
Fisher, no. Franzen.
Franson, yes.
Franzen, aye. Freiberg.
Freiberg, no.
Freiberg, no. Garofalo. Garofalo, no. Gomez.
Garofalo, aye.
Garofalo, aye.
Gomez, no.
Gomez, no. Green.
Green, aye.
Green, aye. Grossel.
Grossel, aye.
Grossel, aye. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, aye.
Gruenhagen, aye. Gunther. Gunther. Haley. Haley, aye. Halverson, excused. Hamilton. Hamilton. Hanson.
Hanson, no.
Hanson, no. Hassan.
Hassan, no.
Hassan, no. Hausman, excused. Heinrich. Heinrich. Heinzman.
Heinzman, aye.
Heinzman, aye. Her. Her. Hertog.
Heinrich, aye.
Her. Hertos.
Hertos, aye.
Hertaus, aye. Hornstein.
Hornstein, no.
Hornstein, no. Howard. Howard.
Howard, no.
Howard, no. Hewitt.
Hewitt, no.
Hewitt, no. Johnson. Johnson. Jordan.
Jordan, no.
Jordan, no. Jurgens.
Jurgens, aye.
Jurgens, aye. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cleavorn.
Cleavorn, no.
Cleavorn, no. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no. Katiza Watun.
Katiza Watun, no.
Katiza Watun, no. Kosnick.
Cosmic, aye.
Kosnick, aye. Krisha.
Aye.
Krisha, aye. Kunish Podine. Kunish Podine. Lehman.
Kunish Podine, no.
Kunish Podine, no. Lehman. Lee.
Lee, no.
Lee, no. Lesh, excused. Liebling.
Liebling, no.
Liebling, no. Lean.
Lean, no.
Lean, no. Lilly.
Lily, no.
Lilly, no. Lippert.
Lippert, no.
Lippert, no. Listlegard.
Listlegard, aye.
Listlegard, aye. Long. Long, no. Lucero.
Lucero, yes.
Lucero, aye. Lewick.
Lewick, aye.
Lewick, aye. Mahoney.
Me.
Mahoney, no. Mann, excused. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. Markwart.
Markward, aye.
Markwart, aye. Mason.
Mason, no.
Mason, no. McDonald. McDonald. Mecklin.
Meckland, aye.
Mecklin, aye. Miller. Miller, aye. Moeller.
Mueller, no.
Moeller, no. Moran. Moran. Morrison. Morrison. Munson.
Morrison, no.
Morrison, no. Munson. Munson. Murphy.
Murphy, no.
Murphy, no. Munson.
Munson, aye.
Munson, aye. Nash.
Nash, aye.
Nash, aye. Nelson M.
Nelson M, no.
Nelson M, no. Nelson N.
Nelson N, aye.
Nelson N, aye. New. New, aye. Nor.
No, no.
Nor, no. Nornis.
Nornis, aye.
Nornis, aye. Novotny.
Novotny, aye.
Novotny, aye. O'Driscoll. O'Driscoll.
O'Driscoll, aye.
O'Driscoll, aye. Olson.
Olson, no.
Olson, no. O'Neill.
O'Neill, aye.
O'Neill, aye. Pulowski.
Pulowski, aye.
Pulowski, aye. Purcell. Purcell. Petersburg.
Petersburg, aye.
Petersburg, aye. Pearson.
Pearson, aye.
Pearson, aye. Pinto.
Pinto, no.
Pinto, no. Poppy.
Poppy, no.
Poppy, no. Poston.
Poston, aye.
Poston, aye. Pryor.
Pryor, no.
Pryor, no. Quam.
Quam, aye.
Quam, aye. Richardson.
Richardson, no.
Richardson, no. Robbins. Robbins, aye. Runbeck.
Runback, aye.
Runbeck, aye. Sandell.
Sandell, no.
Sandell, no. Sandsted.
Samstead, aye.
Sandsted, aye. Sauk. Sauk. Schumacher.
Schumacher, aye.
Schumacher, aye. Schultz. Schultz. Scott.
Aye.
Scott, aye. Stevenson.
Stevenson, no.
Stevenson, no. Sundin.
Sundin, aye.
Sundin, aye. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Tabke.
Tabke, no.
Tabke, no. Tice. Tice, aye. Torkelson.
Torkelson, aye.
Torkelson, aye. Erdahl.
Erdahl, aye.
Erdahl, aye. Vang.
Vane, no.
Vang, no. Vogel.
Vogel, aye.
Vogel, aye. Wagenius.
Wagenius, no.
Wagenius, no. Wozlowick.
Wozniak, no.
Wozlowick, no. West.
West, aye.
West, aye. Winkler. Winkler, no. Walgamot.
Walgamot, no.
Walgamot, no. Zhongjae.
Zhongjae, no.
Zhongjae, no. Zhongti.
John T, no.
Zhongti, no. Joachim.
Joachim, no.
Joachim, no. Speaker Hartman. Speaker Hartman, no. Acom.
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 Baker.
Baker, aye.
Baker, aye. Carlson, L.
Carlson, L, no.
Carlson, L. No. Eklund.
Eklund, yes.
Eklund, yes. Edelson.
Edelson, no.
Edelson, no. Gunther.
Gunther, yes.
Gunther, yes. Hamilton. Hamilton. Heinrich.
Heinrich, aye.
Heinrich, aye. Her.
Her, no.
Her, no. Johnson.
Johnson, aye.
Johnson, aye. Lehman. Lehman. McDonald. McDonald. Moran.
Moran, no.
Moran, no. Purcell. Purcell. Sauk. Sauk. Schultz. Schultz.
Read the names again?
Yeah. No, did you just finish?
I just finished. Yep.
Did you get Acom? Acom dropped off. Okay, Acom is back in the
Call
waiting
Acom.
room, and then Halverson.
Acom.
Acom, no.
Acom, no. Halverson. Halverson.
Halverson, no.
Halverson, no. Yeah.
The clerk will close the roll. The motion did not prevail.
House concurrent resolution number 1 is being referred to the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
It's my understanding that Representative Drazkowski and Representative Miller withdrew their amendment or motions.
Madam Speaker,
Representative New.
point of parliamentary inquiry. Can we get the result of that last vote, please?
It takes 90 votes to prevail. It was not close to 90. That they are working on an accurate count here. We're testing the new software and want to make sure we've got it right before we rely on it too much. The human beings and the machinery agree. There were 62 ayes and 63 nays, and the motion did not prevail. Copies of the non-controversial motions are at the House desk and online. Hearing no objection, the motions prevail.
Winkler moves that the chief clerk be and is hereby authorized and instructed to correct and approve the Journal of the House for the 2027 special session for today, Monday, December 14th, 2020, and that he be authorized to include in the Journal for today any subsequent proceedings.
Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, members only in the Minnesota House of Representatives could today be yesterday, but I still ask for a yes vote.
All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no.
Aye.
The motion prevails. Representative, Chief Clerk.
Winkler moves that the chief clerk be and is hereby instructed to inform the Senate and the governor by message that the House of Representatives is about to adjourn the 2027 special session sine die.
Waking them up if necessary. Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Couldn't have said it better myself. Please vote yes.
All those in favor of the Winkler motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails.
No.
Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn this special session sine die.
Representative Winkler moves to adjourn the special session sine die. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The 7th special session is adjourned sine die.